Hello to all the guys, gals, and non-binary pals out there. Welcome to the Blue Otter Emerald Season 13 playoffs. Tonight we will be playing the first round, the round of 16, and this first matchup is a big one. On stream later, we are going to have the number 1 seed from Demacia, Mint Crashouts, versus the number 4 seed from Noxus, Bang Chiller's Winsons Winions. Many of us had very high expectations for both of these teams at the beginning of the season, and I'm sure there are quite a few folks out there who are predicting the winner of this match tonight to make a very deep run and possibly even win the whole thing. We've got a couple members of the Romp here to share their thoughts with us ahead of the first round of the postseason. Coming to you all live tonight from Mid Lane Esports here in Chicago. My name is Crewman. I am joined as usual by my striking co-host and co-caster, the spectacular Mr. Storm. Storm, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic this evening. It was a rush to get content out, but we've done it, and we're in for an incredible best of 5 tonight. Joining me tonight, we have 2 guests this evening. We have Zed. If you just want to quickly introduce yourself, what team you're on, go for it.
I'm Zed. I'm the mid laner for OG Sin, and like I said last time, I'm probably your mid laner's father.
Nice. Humble. I like that.
Never humble.
And then our second guest, we have Shane23. Just want to quickly introduce yourself and how you're related to XSV.
Yeah, hi, I'm Shane. I own XSV, so XSV is in a civil war tonight, and both XSV mid laners are Zed's father.
That's a good joke.
Very excited to hear more about that later. But I think let's go ahead, Storm, right? And let's move into some predictions. Take a look at what everybody expects to be playing out tonight. Shane, again, we heard that you're absending from, is that a word? You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He's refraining from making a prediction for one specific match tonight. We'll get into that a little bit more later. But Mr. Toad, Mr. Producer, if you could just go ahead and transition us into that beautiful prediction graphic. There we go. All right, so Mint Crashouts versus the Winions. So most of us going for the Crashouts here, but I am very glad to see at least one of us is predicting the Winions. The Winions did suffer a loss actually last week to
Me.
That's right. That was to our boy Zed here. Took down the Winions. So they're actually going to need to bounce back tonight if they do want to take down the extremely formidable Crashout squad, who have not dropped a match all season. But Zed, it's very interesting to see that you are actually the one predicting the Winions to make that bounce back a reality. Would you like to share your thoughts with us about that?
Yeah, well, I really do believe in that team, like, wholeheartedly. I think their entire top side, excluding jungle, is crazy at what they do. And then you also have Jerry in the bot lane, who is just also crazy. I think, honestly, one of the biggest matchups to watch tonight is definitely Zooey versus OTF, because they're both, in my opinion, really good mid laners. Like, I normally don't say that some people are better than me, but I wholeheartedly believe these two are like the only mid laners to really give me anything if I ever needed it. You know what I mean?
So they're like fellow dads in the neighborhood, basically, is kind of how you see
Yeah,
this.
OTF's like right next door. Zooey's in the penthouse, but
nice.
you know.
Interesting. Well, I don't think it's a hot take that both of these teams are incredibly strong. As I already mentioned, a lot of people had their eyes on both these squads from the very beginning of the season. But if you could just be a little bit more specific, what is it exactly that you think is going to allow the Winions to triumph tonight?
Well, I think also coming from playing with some of these people on Mint Crashouts, right? I think if it goes to a certain point, like let's say they take 2 games and it's a 2-game lead, I think honestly, everyone does have that kind of weird little mental block. It will end up just coming down to mental. And although some of the people on Winsons may not be known for their strong mental, I think they definitely will be able to close out some of these games where it's like if they're down the 2-0, they can definitely bounce back. Whereas with mid crash outs, it might be slightly harder where now they have to realize they have to win 3 in a row to finish it out. And that's kind of just like too much. You know what I mean?
Okay, okay. So you expect the Winions to come out of the gate swinging, and you're expecting the mental edge to be on their side as well.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I mean,
Uh,
yeah. If
What do you
people
have
on
for
the
the
Winions,
actual? Sorry, I was just gonna. What do you have for the actual like series prediction? Is it a 3-1? Is it a 3-2?
I
What do you
think
think?
it's a 3-1 for Winston's Winions. You know, there's definitely going to be those games where once you get your pick, it's going to be hard to kind of beat that. Like 100%, I definitely want to see the OTF Yone tonight. One of his, if not his most prestigious pick that he has. You know, I think he's obviously going to pop off on that as he normally does. And Espada, especially in the top lane with his Ornn, very, very, very nice to always see. And Fiora, I think they're just going to come out swinging and take it home.
Right, all right. Well, Shane, it looks like you are predicting the crash outs over there. So, what are your thoughts on Zed's kind of assertion that he's expecting the Winions to start hot tonight and have the stronger mental as well? And why do you feel like the crash outs are actually going to be able to take it home?
I think the exact opposite. I think it's
Ooh,
going to be the Crashouts coming out, going 2 up 2-0, and then Winston coming back, making it 2-2, and then Crashouts just destroying them game 5. I think Jake has a history of fathering Espada. I think
you
that's
expect
what it boils
a
down.
tiffy in the top lane, huh?
Yeah, I've heard from the general chat that Jake has a history of diffing and fathering Espada, so I think that's going to
Hmm.
continue tonight. Plus, I think
Uh,
Zooey, besides BKP, I think Zooey's the best mid laner in the league. So
Yeah, yeah.
and
So
sorry,
tough to
just to
argue.
I actually agree.
clarify,
Yeah.
Jake is We'll Show Them All, right? The ADC
Yes,
of
Jake is the
Crashouts.
yes,
ADC.
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
The top laner is
Okay.
Phil.
P Dog. Yes, of course, of
Yeah.
course. So it's are you expecting some lane swaps then, or you think it's really gonna more come down to the team fights where Jake is going to kind of take over?
I think Jake and Zooey are just going to take over. I think they might falter a little bit game 3 and 4, but I think they'll keep it and keep going.
Okay, okay. Now, Storm, what are your more detailed thoughts on this matchup? I do see you are a crash out predictor here on the graphic.
Yeah, so I'd mentioned in content and several times that I pretty much wasn't going to predict Crashouts to drop a game until they played one of the teams I also rated as an S tier team. And unfortunately, they're playing the Winston Winions, who I think are really, really good. So I think they will drop some games this series, but I think Mint and like their overall strength is kind of this whole, Zed was talking about it a little bit of this ego thing. Like when things are going well for the Crashouts, things are going amazing, right? That they're so confident and they'll take these dives, they'll go for the risky plays. So I also feel that they're going to take the beginning of this series really convincingly. Um, I also think that if this series is somehow like there's a big swing the other way and Winston's Winions start taking it, crash outs are going to crash out.
Yeah,
I've also
yeah.
played with these guys. There is definitely some weak mentals going on, but like individual like ceiling wise, they're I think by far the best team in the league. Like if everyone's on their best, nobody's
Mhm.
touching that team.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely hear you, Storm. It's interesting to hear from Zed as well. Talking about the mental possibly coming into play, being a deciding factor tonight potentially. Yeah, and I definitely hear you as well, Storm, on the crash outs. The potential to crash out there is definitely quite high, and I am predicting them to win this match against the Winions. But I do think, and we'll get into this a little bit more later. So this is a little bit of a teaser for you guys, but I do think that they are going to crash out either tonight or next week. I think things have just been going too well for them so far, and I'm a bit suspicious. That's kind of where I'm at. But I still think they're going to take it against the Winions. Anything else to touch on here, Storm, before we move on to that next matchup?
No, I'm really excited for the bot lane matchup as well this series. I think that that's going to be where the majority of the action's actually going to be. I'm thinking top lane is going to be, even though P-Dog and Spada both play a lot of like more aggressive picks, I'm expecting both these teams to be full pathing bot and fist fighting like all the time. I'm not expecting a lot of like, Jinx versus, Varus or Zeri or something like that. I'm expecting there's going to be like Tristanas and Aphelioses and stuff that die to gank super easily but can kill anyone in their path. So
It's going to be an exciting one, no doubt about it. More on that later. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next matchup, which is, of course, the Shattered Spire. And I don't actually have the bracket up right now. They're playing against. Who are they playing against again? I gotta pull
Conduit.
that up on it.
Conduit.
Conduit Gremlin.
Conduit
Yes, of
Winions.
course. Thank you. So we are all predicting the Shattered Spire here. The Gremlins, I believe, did also lose last week, but I'm going to have to go back and check that as well. But yeah, overall, the Shattered Spire, defending champs. I don't think it's really all that surprising that we are predicting them to take the win in their first playoff match. Zed, what are your thoughts on this one? Shattered Spire versus the Gremlins.
Well, I mean, there's not really much to say. As much as I love the Gremlins and like a bunch of those players I do consider friends, Shattered Spire is just going to outclass them in every single manner. You know, you have Eros in the mid lane, really good player. And then you have Boostis and Wanderer, I believe, in the bot lane, also like insanely good. And I think that's probably going to be the place to watch tonight. Going to be, you know, May versus Boostis, but otherwise, I think it's just outclassed everywhere, and there's kind of like no hope.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a tall order, I think, for the Gremlins. You know, they definitely have had some good moments this season, but definitely, I think, going to be a difficult one going up against the Shattered Spire. Shane, what are you expecting? Are you expecting a pretty big difference in the bottom lane as well? You think that's going to be the determining factor, or are your eyes elsewhere?
I think Shattered Spire is just going to out team fight them. I think they just
Mhm.
have the advantage mid lane. I think that Shattered Spire is going to win, but I think Mai is going to have a really, really good series for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay.
I just think she will.
Very
Again, no
interesting.
reason
Yeah, I
why.
mean, May has also, or Mai, is it Mai, the pronunciation on
I
that?
probably said
It's
it wrong.
May. It's
Probably
May. It's May.
May.
It
Yeah,
is May.
my
Okay.
bad. Sorry, May.
But she's had some really pop off performances in the past as well. So yeah, I don't think that we can completely count that out as a possibility. But I hear you on the team fighting. You know, for anybody, all the knowers out there, all the true BOL Emerald fans. If you remember the last season finals, Eros was actually our finals MVP back then, and it was a lot of team fighting that did get Shattered Spire the win over Trunks team, which I'm again blanking on the name of. But
TFF Aftershock.
Aftershock, yes, thank you, Storm, thank you. With Storm, what are your thoughts here on this one?
I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a pretty convincing win for the Shattered Spire. As much as I really like this Conduit Gremlins team, they should have dominated Freljord. From all intents and purposes, looking at that group, that should have been like some easy wins. They should have been coming out kind of, the 6-1 scoreline that we're seeing maybe Bloom having. And they didn't dominate in what I would say was probably the weakest group. So I have a lot of doubts about them. I really respect some of the players on that roster, but I just think the Shattered Spire is a team that's really, really good for Fearless. They have tons of draft flexibility. They play different things. They flex things to different roles. So I'm expecting them to do really well. I think top lane is the biggest mismatch in this time. A's
Mm,
for the side of Conduit, or sorry, for the side of the Gremlins, has
yep.
looked really, really good when they're playing Darius. Um, they haven't looked very good when not playing Darius, and I can't see that being like the whole thing to decide it. And I mean, Synthwave in the top lane is also had a pop off Darius game this season, so it's not like
Yeah.
he doesn't know the champion or knows the ins and outs or something. So I think that's going to be where the big mismatch is going to occur this series, and I think TSS takes it 3-1.
All right, all right. Yeah, definitely hear you on the Gremlins kind of having they were playing in the weaker group. I think that is all but confirmed at this point for the course of the round robin. So, Shattered Spire playing in Noxus, perhaps their swords are just a little bit sharper going into this postseason. I am expecting this match to be really close. I'm actually a little bit surprised that nobody went with the Gremlins prediction for this one. But obviously, again, Shattered Spire defending champions. They do have a lot of threats, despite the fact that there are some really strong players on the Gremlins roster as well. If they had an easier first round opponent, I'm sure they probably would get some predictions to move on, but not looking too likely, according to us here on the podcast. Let's go ahead and move on to that next matchup. We have Bloom Gaming Wisteria versus Draconic Spire. And it looks like we're very divided on the predictions this time around. I'm going with Bloom. The Spire organization, definitely has been pretty competitive this season. But I just feel like Bloom, while they may have been in the quote unquote group of life over there in the Freljord, I still have a lot of faith that they definitely seemed like by far the strongest team in that division. And I feel like they're going to be able to win here in the first round. But Storm, you're actually predicting the side of Draconic Spire to take this one. So how's that going to come about?
Yeah, so I think this series is interesting on paper because it's like, yeah, I'm predicting a fourth seed to take a first to win against the first seed, right? So that shouldn't happen. But I think this is a really bad matchup for Bloom. And that's entirely on jungle and how it plays out. Sailor for Draconic Spire is like the 1v9 carry of the league, right?
Mm.
Like playing stuff in the jungle like Knife Dog, cannot remember their name currently.
Nefiri.
Nefiri and just things like that, and going like, oh, I have 11 kills this game and stuff like that. Whereas it's like Carthrall for Bloom Gaming is like the complete opposite. He's like the solo frontline. He's like the engage option. He's the Amumu. That it's like Sailor should be able to feast in this series, I feel. If he doesn't, Bloom is going to absolutely destroy them. But when Draconic Spire can like actually snowball and get ahead and get these leads, I feel like there's a lot of potential for them to actually be able to like get this out and to have, if your engage isn't ahead and they're really behind, like, and that can get really hard punished if you're having someone who's playing this hard farm style, then I think Draconic Spire takes this. Um, I think, yeah, Bloom very much team synergy is very high and that they're a good team overall. But I think, again, the highs of Draconic Spire, of Sailor, and their ADC that they brought on has been playing really well as well. And Draconic Spire is 3-1 in their last 4 weeks. Like they got hot at the right time.
Yeah.
So they took a game off Mint last week. They're the only team to
Yeah.
have done it. So I think they're coming in with all the momentum.
All right, that's a pretty convincing argument. I want to jump over to Shane here, actually the other Bloom predictor. What are your thoughts there on Storm's reasoning? I mean, definitely a big call out to the jungle there as a potential Sailor 1v9 angle, and momentum potentially being a factor here for Draconic as well. But Shane, what are your thoughts?
See, I don't really know much about these two teams. I heard Sailor was a big 1v9, but I also heard that if he doesn't 1v9, then they kind of lose. So I know Gabriel, Leo, and Chiang are really good players. So I kind of went with my gut on that. And I made it 3-2. So I thought it would be a really, really close series. And that's kind of surprising being a 1-4. But yeah, I don't really know much about either team. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. Zed, you are a Draconic Spire predictor as well. Do you have a similar thought process to Storm in terms of how you think this
Yeah.
match might play out?
So it's basically the same. I think this is just another Sailor 1v9 kind of game. That's how most of these Draconic games are, and how they're always going to be. That's kind of it. I just think Sailor's just going to dominate. Like, there's no stopping that guy. That guy's crazy good.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely a clear angle for Draconic Spire then in this one. I would be pretty surprised if they do manage to take down Bloom, but I can see the angle. It could happen. I'm not predicting it, but Storm is, and he could absolutely be right. We'll have to see. But Storm, you want to go ahead and take us into that last matchup for the left side of the bracket here?
Yeah, so for the last side of the bracket, we have No Quarter Gaming, who are coming out as the second seed of Freljord, and they're taking on Conduit Sun, Demasia's third seed. Um, I kind of want to hear your thoughts immediately on this, crewman. You can see that both you and I have Conduit as the team winning this, despite me being the Conduit hater, and I want to hear your thoughts on why that they're going to take it.
Yeah. I do not necessarily expect this match to be close. I was really impressed by Conduit Sun when we saw them on stream. That was a couple of weeks ago, I believe. But they looked really convincing to me. I thought they were really able to snowball the games effectively. And while No Quarter Gaming has had overall, a solid season, they're able to do pretty well over there in the Freljord, being able to actually secure the second seed out of Freljord. But I just think that, with them losing their last regular season match to Glacial Spectre last week, I feel like they're kind of gonna get exposed a little bit by Conduit tonight. Team fighting is where I'm expecting it to really go off the rails for NQG.
Okay, really? That's interesting. Zed, I see you actually have No Quarter Gaming winning this one. What
Yeah,
about them?
so I should kind of put that as more of a joke. 100% Conduit
Oh.
Sun is going to come.
Okay.
I more so put that because one team is eggnog and one team doesn't, so that's obviously who's going to win. But yeah, talking about the team fighting with No Quarter Gaming, it's a team I have personal history with because I did play there my first split.
Oh.
It's definitely an issue with the team fighting, and like you said, it's kind of going to be exposed here in this series. But one team, like I said before, has eggnog. One team doesn't. So clear winner. Come on, let's be real.
All right.
But nope, Conduit Suns 100% going to be the better team today. Their mid laner, considerably better from what I've seen of all the games. But it's definitely an upset that could happen. There's always that chance, Nothing to write off. 100%. Definitely some hope from No Quarter Gaming though. 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, Conduit Sun are the lower seed. So if they win, then technically speaking, that would be the upset, right?
Well, it's more of like if you're coming second seed from Freljord, you're actually like the fifth seed from any normal group.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, of course.
It's okay. We'll just write it off here.
All right. Shane, do you have any insights into this matchup?
No, I just agree with Zed.
Okay.
Second and Frail is like fifth in another division. I just think Conduit Sun. I think they had one of the toughest divisions. So them being third, I think, is higher than Freylord is second. So
Yeah, I mean, out of the two divisions that were real, definitely.
Still
start,
waiting
Zed.
to see if the. Oh, sorry, what was that,
I
Shane?
said don't start Zed.
Okay.
Still waiting to see if the Freljord division can beat the fraud allegations. They're going to have to really surprise us here in the postseason to actually end up defeating those. So let's go ahead and move on now to the right-hand side of the bracket. Take a look at our other set of Preds here. And our first matchup over there is going to be the Syndicate Soot Sprites versus AK Hearts. There's another situation. This and that last matchup that we just discussed, I feel, are probably going to be the two most one-sided first round matchups here in the playoffs. Syndicate Soot Sprites have been looking really, really formidable. And I just don't know if the AK Hearts just barely squeaking into the playoffs, thanks to their win last week, if that's going to be enough to take down the Sprites. Zed, what are your thoughts on this one? You think it's going to be pretty one-sided as well?
Yeah, again, it's a Freljord team against a real team, but one of the biggest things, honestly, in this one where there can be a shakeup with AK Hearts winning is Soot Sprites just lost their support, who was an absolute demon, not in the sense of being good, but in the sense of he was insanely crazy and would do things you wouldn't expect, and that honestly throws a wrench in all your plans because that's definitely what happened to us when we played them. But I think with the loss of Q, it's going to be really hard. I mean, you still have like crazy titans like Canella and whoever else is on that roster, to be honest.
Thrasher, Matt Stat, and Boxy
Oh, okay, never
Squirrel.
mind then. Yeah, so just Canella. It's definitely going to be something to watch because Q definitely added a lot to that team. And without him, I'm definitely curious to see how they do. Because last week it kind of looked like they struggled a little. And
Okay.
I'm really hoping for a 5-game series on this one.
I really got a question, Zed. So I know you're the mid lane guy. Do you respect Okami at all? The mid laner of AK Hearts, who's currently leading the league in damage per minute?
You know, not really, because I haven't played them yet, and I can't really form an opinion on someone I haven't played. But off of what I've seen from like match results and the singular game I watched, which was very depressing, um, it's nothing to write home about. It's kind of just your average mid laner who scraped by. So maybe there's something to see tonight. It's kind of like the test with Canella, and here's hoping they don't choke.
Yeah, fair enough. Shane, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Also predicting Soot Sprites, I see.
Yeah, I think that Matt Stat and Canelo are just gonna do really, really well. Losing Q is huge,
Yeah.
which is why I had it, I think, a 3-1 rather than a 3-0. Because I think maybe Okami will pull out the damage one game and get him one, but I think the Sprites are one of the favorites to win the whole thing, so I think this will be a pretty easy week for him.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. Storm, anything you wanted to add on this one?
Yeah, as the biggest fan of AK Hearts and believing in them, despite knowing that I shouldn't, I have them taking a game tonight. Paw Job at ADC, really good. Despite having a terrible name, and I regret saying that.
What a good name.
And Okami in the mid lane, I think those two are like absolute monsters. Soccer's like fine, and I don't want to talk about the rest of that roster. So let's move on to the next.
Let's do it.
Oh, here's
Yeah.
where the big boys come out to talk. Woo!
So yeah, next up we have the original Sin War. Just to continue on this top side of the bracket of all of these teams being placed in the same position. We have Sin TBD, Demasia's second seed, and they're taking on Original Sin, the Noxus third seed, I believe.
Yeah, I think we were.
Yeah.
I thought they were Demasios.
No,
No?
we
Sin
weren't. We
TBD.
weren't.
Demacia.
Yeah,
Sin
Sin
TBD
Oh,
TBD
yeah,
was
sorry,
Demacia.
sorry.
Yeah. I think personally, this is probably going to be the closest matchup of the entire night. I believe in original sin. I think you guys are going to take it, but I think this is going to be really, really tight. Do you have a different opinion coming into this? Is the one playing in it Zed?
Well, I'm probably this is all ego. I have
Yeah.
huge respect for everyone on both teams, and especially Sean. Finally able to play against that guy. I've heard very good things. I've seen very good things from the games I watch. But we only need 3 games tonight. It'll be a quick one. Be back home before dinner's done. But
All right.
yeah, matchup to watch. I have the number 1 player in BOL right now, both in KDA and overall in Lil B. And I think he's just going to dominate the bot lane. Like there's just no recovery for my man Koopa. Jungle, no comment. And then mid lane, of course, you have me. There's just nothing really to talk about. It's another one to write in the books. I get Ari, I win the game. Everyone goes home happy.
To dinner.
Here's hope.
That's going to be waiting for you.
Oh, of course, it's gonna still be warm by the time I get there too.
Right.
But yeah, like I said, I get Ari, I win the game, go home. Nothing new, nothing to write home about just yet. But when we play Greed eventually, maybe we'll talk about that one. But for now, it's kind of just win the game, cry that it wasn't hard, and that's kind of it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that XSV prediction in just a minute. So it doesn't look like you're predicting greed there, but again, we'll get to that in a moment.
Oh,
here.
I said greed. I meant gluttony. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yeah, thanks glad we clarified that. But yeah, definitely hear you there, Zed. Could be if you do end up getting the Ari, you're talking about the potential difference in the bot lane as well. Butters has been on a bit of a tear recently, so definitely could see that being a big thing in your favor. Coming hot off that 2-0 over the Winions last week as well. I am obviously also predicting you to win.
He threw it on the plate, and oh my god, I've never been more attracted to a man in my life. But you know what I mean. It was crazy performance by the whole team that series, and I'm really happy to see that we've kind of gotten rid of those jitters and like overall bad playmaking and bad macro, like Storm said, that we had at the original started split. I'm really happy to see UltraCAD definitely stepping up to his thing. and performing. If you're listening, you're not getting Casante ever. Please stop asking. But I'm really happy with this roster. It's definitely the most confident I've been in a roster. You have my main man Terps in the top lane, The Rock, absolutely one of the best players I've had the honor to play with. And then McFeed's definitely the voice of our team. I know Storm was wondering who was stepping up to talk. It's honestly McFeed's. I have to give it up to McFeed's. McFeed's is easily the most important part of our team. And
All
I'm
right.
really happy that I was able to take him when we moved from a different org.
Totally, yeah. Shane, anything you wanted to add about this matchup?
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree with Zed a little bit here. I think it's gonna be a really tight one. I think it's gonna be 3-2, and I think it's gonna be a battle of Terps and Butters. You know, winning top and bottom, and then Sean doing really well mid lane
Ooh.
with
Do you
Guo.
think it's going to be some like Ari bands and Zed
I'd be
doesn't?
shocked if it wasn't.
You know,
I'll be so honest. I'll be
you
shocked
know,
if it isn't.
my thing is Zed. If he was that good on Ari, people would ban it. I'm just saying.
Mm.
That's
You
just
guys
my
banned it.
opinion. We're not talking about that. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think Sean's gonna have a really good series. And I think Butters is gonna have a really good series, and I think Terp's gonna have a really good series. So I think it's gonna be 3-2.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay. Very interesting. Let's go ahead and move on to our next matchup there. And Shane, this is where we really need to hear from you. The XSV Civil War. You have elected to not make a prediction for this match. So anything you want to say about that, and any kind of stage setting that you would like to do for us regarding this matchup?
yeah, I think both teams are very very good. I think they have different advantages that each one could use to win the series. I think it's gonna go at 4 or 5 games pretty handedly. Um, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Greed. Obviously, Gluttony won,
I don't think
a
anyone's
different
sleeping on
league.
Greed.
They did really well.
Mm.
But I think it's going to be. I think this round for us is going to be harder than the second round. Whoever wins it. So,
Ooh,
um,
interesting.
I think whoever wins tonight's got like a pretty much like a free reign to semis. Um,
Wow.
but I think tonight's going to be an absolute war between the two teams. And respect to both teams, and they respect each other, and um, both teams have really really good players, and we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, totally. You're talking about XSV Gluttony. They did win a different league, you were just saying. They did
Yeah,
also win the battle between these two teams. It was a long time ago, all the way back in week number 1, where the two XSV teams did play each other in the round robin. So that was honestly the main reason why I went with the Gluttony prediction, just because, based on that previous meeting between these two teams, that's the way that it did go. But again, that was a long time ago. Things maybe did change. There is also a little bit of a momentum consideration here as well, as Greed did narrowly lose out to TTM last week, whereas Gluttony, I believe, did pick up a 2-0. They did over the Monkeys Goons, not the most difficult of opponents, but still, I do feel like those two things together are kind of the reasoning behind my prediction. Storm, you're actually a Greed predictor. What's your thought process there?
So that is a typo. I put in XSVG and did not think about that at all, about that could be gluttony or greed. So maybe think about that for branding, Shane.
yeah, we already changed it. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yep. So yeah, I do think this should be a really close series. I think both of these teams are all about team fighting. Drakes, I think, are going to be like kind of the main battleground where there's going to be a lot of these team fights happening and where the game's basically going to get decided almost every series. Um, Again, I think Greed are one of the better teams on this side of the bracket. On the right side, I think they're really good. I just think Gluttony's probably my favorite on this side of the bracket. It's either them or the Soot Sprites.
Okay.
Sorry, Zed. But I think both those teams are really, really good. It's a shame that they have to play each other now, but at the same time, it's awesome that we get to see it.
Yeah. It's almost a bit of a shame that we're not going to see it on stream, though, honestly. So that would probably be a big. It is going to be on the XSV stream, which I'm hearing they did create the channel for this match specifically. If you just want to really quickly shout out your own stream, Shane.
Yeah, I'll post it in the thing. I don't exactly
Okay,
remember
sounds
the
good.
URL
Sounds
off the
good.
top of my head, to be honest. I had a lot of help with Julian, and yeah, we'll post it.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a banger. I might, in fact, actually go back and find the VOD for that one later on. But Zed, we do still need to hear your thoughts on this matchup. Looks like you're also a gluttony predictor.
Yeah. Let me quickly check if I said 3-0 or if I typoed. Yeah, I definitely said 3-0. I mean, this is gluttony we're talking about, right? They have some pretty okay players in, BKP and whoever the hell he's dragging around these days. But, I mean, this team is just really good. They won Aegis. They beat me. Crazy achievement, I know. But,
Wow.
yeah, 100%. Both of these teams are looking pretty good. I mean, one team has a Masters ADC. What's up with that? And then one team has a macro-wise Masters ADC, and that's Gluttony, obviously. But I think it's just going to be a quick 3-0. Not really much to kind of talk about. I think most maybe we can talk about is Brother Otter versus BKP in the mid lane and how entertaining that's going to be because both are pretty decent players in my opinion. I think BKP might bring it home though if he gets Cassio, but unlike Aegis, this is a fearless league, so
Yeah.
after Cassio and Syndra, what do you have left?
Vel'Koz.
Is that really a champ? Let's be real.
It's
We're
good
not
into
Rutledge.
it's good into certain things. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's a
Did we
valid
see him
counter pick
play
this series.
Did we see
Nope.
him play
Yeah.
the Vel'Koz Storm?
Yeah.
I think that was on stream.
Yeah, he
Oh,
played
really?
it and solo killed Hui a couple of times.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
right. That Vel'Koz was pretty insane.
But yeah, can't wait to see this match. We'll be definitely watching while I sit back and relax during my series. But can't wait to see Gluttony in, I believe, semis. Finally ready to send them home with a proper bot lane.
Can I
All
can I
right.
add one
Well,
more
Zed.
thing about
Oh,
this
go ahead.
matchup real quick?
Yeah.
Just to Zed, you should just call BKP Dad from now on. Just go ahead. Let's just stop calling him BKP. Let's just go ahead and start calling him Dad. All right.
I was so shocked when he DM'd me earlier this week. A little off topic, but he DM'd me earlier this week, and I was so shocked. I was like, "No way, I'm about to get DM'd and flamed." But
Yeah.
no, he was pretty nice. He was just asking me some things, and I was like, "Okay,
Yeah, he's just
no problem."
prepping you for daycare. Getting
Yeah,
you ready, dropping you
yeah,
off.
yeah. Did you
Yeah.
pack my box lunch?
Yeah.
But yeah, again, really excited to see this series. Here's hoping it lasts more than 3 games, but I highly doubt it. So
Well, we'll have to see. Sounds like all of us, except for Zed here, are predicting this one to be pretty close. And it'll be very interesting to see if Zed does get the opportunity to fight with his father later on in the tournament. That would be pretty cool. See if we can maybe get some revenge for the other loss in the Aegis League. Let's go ahead and discuss this last matchup we do have to get to. It's going to be TTM Aegeon versus Team Solo Invade. And this was a really tough prediction for me as well. I did end up going with TTM. I think momentum kind of played a role in my prediction for this last one as well. But I do think this is one that could go either way. And Zed, it looks like you are predicting Team Solo Invade to actually take it. So what's your thoughts?
I'm honestly shocked. More people didn't say Team Solo Invade. I mean, you have Haman Karn, you have CZI, also really good players, and then in the mid lane you have Sinja. He's pretty good at assassins. Yeah, that's kind of it. I don't really think anything else about Sinja. But yeah, you have Haman Karn and CZI, both players who can carry and will carry a game if given the opportunity. And I honestly think this matchup is just so free for TSI. TSI are gonna definitely meet Gluttony soon. But I'm still really shocked that you guys honestly think TTM.
Yeah, I
would love to hear why.
We did also see TTM on that was that TTM versus Greed last week, Storm?
Yes, it was versus Greed last week.
Yeah, they came back from the 10K.
Yeah.
Yeah. And TTM were able to bounce back.
About it.
Yeah, that was crazy. I definitely hear you, Zed, CZI, and Haman Karn. Definitely both great players that have that kind of carry threat. RJ as well was phenomenal in the Premier League. I think he's been quite solid here in Emerald as well. But yeah, I just feel like after watching TTM come back last week, I just had to give it to him. Storm, what are your thoughts?
Were they in Freljord?
No, this is
Which no,
all
these are
Ionia.
Ionia, both
Ionia.
Ionia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Again, TTM has already beaten this team. They won 2-1. Spartan in that series was an absolute monster, and we saw from like last week, even when he's not like necessarily having the best like KDA game, he plays incredibly well. I think he's a big factor coming into this matchup. Yeah, Harman Kardon and CZI are both really, really good. I'm not as high on just RJ. I know you casted him a whole bunch in Premiere, but I think VFD Lambo like had an off week. I think that guy's pretty good. I think Taunty for like matching stuff in the top lane against CZI will be able to do it. And yeah, I just believe in TTM. I seem to be one of their few believers, and I think they're going to make it.
Fair enough. Well, we do have one other TTM believer here. Shane, any thoughts on this matchup you'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, both XSV teams got to go against both of these teams.
Yeah.
I think it's going to turn into TTM's top side versus TCI's bot side. I think Taunty is a very underrated player. I don't think he gets the credit he deserves sometimes in top lane. So I think he's going to have a really good series, and I think Professor's also very, very good. I think TSI is going to win bot side, and I think TTM is going to win top side, and it's going to end up being 3-2 TTM at the end.
Okay. And yeah, I am expecting this one to go to 5 as well. But that is going to do it, I think, guys, for this episode of Outer Talk. We would have liked to get to some pick'ems to discuss a little bit as well, but we just took a little bit too long discussing the predictions here. So just going to have to transition into some shout-outs. Is that any shout-outs that you have?
Yeah, shout out to, as always, to all the fans. Keep watching and stay fat. But definitely shout out to my teammates. You know, no matter what happens tonight, it's definitely been an honor to play with you guys. I'm really happy that not only was I chosen by them and that we've honestly made it this far. And sorry for the 2 losses we had, one of which I wasn't there. But Sook Sprite's game, you know, lost. I can't, no excuses. But yeah, 100%. Definitely shout outs to all my teammates, past and present, except for a few of them who have turned out to be quite rude. Definitely shout out to BKP, my dad, once again. Love you. Only love.
Aw.
Can't wait to knock you out finally. But yeah, it's just all love to my teammates.
Excellent, excellent. Definitely will be exciting to see. If you do end up winning tonight, you'll get to the opportunity for some revenge potentially against the Soot Sprites, and then obviously the potential for the revenge later on against Dad as well. But Shane, any shout-outs you have?
Shout out to Bully from BOL for single-handedly doing the worst playoff bracket draw in history.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty fair one there. That 1% chance all of Ionia gets in the same bracket. Shout out to all the XSV players. Actually, anybody that's watching from XSV, because, you know, I don't really care about anybody else. And yeah, shout out to Zed. You know,
man, shout out
what a
to
good guy.
Dane.
Nice.
What a nice guy. What a good org. If you
What a
guys
good
have a
org.
chance, do check out XSV. Very good people over there.
That's it for me.
I can't lie through my teeth like this. Screw you.
You gave it an honest go, Zed. We appreciate you for that. Thank you. Shout out to both of you guys for joining us for this episode of Otter Talk. Good luck in those matches tonight. Guys, we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be right back for Game 1 between the Crashouts and the Winions.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the
All right, everyone, welcome back. It is time for a best of 5 between the number 1 seed from Demacia, Mint Crashouts, and the number 4 seed from Noxus, Bing Chillers, Winsons, Winions. The winner will move on to the quarterfinals, and the loser will have a very disappointing early exit from the playoffs. Let's get into this first draft. Storm, we're going to be starting in just a moment. We were just talking on Otter Talk. Both of us are expecting the Crashouts to win tonight. But the Winions definitely, they have the firepower to potentially make this victory happen for themselves.
Yeah, for sure that's possible. I mean, both of these teams are very, very strong, and it looks like we have started draft already.
Indeed,
brain
yes. Mint's going to be on the blue side here for game number 1. They had selection as the higher seed, so they're opting to start on blue. Not too surprising there. Going to have Annie and Karma. The first couple of options banned away. I did see that Zooey did play a Karma game last week. I believe that was the one game that they did end up losing to Draconic Spire, if I recall correctly. So a little bit surprising to me that the Winions would actually like to ban that away.
Yeah, it's been odd. Normally, we've been seeing Zooey as kind of this player who's very much a carry and plays a lot
Right.
of auction and stuff like that. But this season for Mint, he's been much more supportive. He's played Karma quite a few times. I think he has 4 or 5 games on it.
Mm. Well, that does make sense then, why they would decide to ban that away for the side of the Winions. Silas going to get taken away now. We're talking about Zooey as being this big carry player. I feel like, we can kind of say the same thing about OTF over here on the other side, right? We've seen really strong carry performances from that mid laner as well. So the Silas ban definitely making some sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. If you're planning on taking powerful limits, you don't want Silas in the game. So get him out of there.
Yeah, definitely. Lilia getting taken off the table as well. That's going to be denied from Poom. Viego, the last ban on blue side from Mint. And there's the Xin Zhao as well. So a little bit of a jungle focus towards the end there. Some strong junglers still up. We have to think about things like the Vi, right? What else are these guys really been playing a lot of?
Gwen is still available.
Okay.
Volibear, I guess, is going to be the first pick, however.
Yeah, that's actually the most played for Poom, according to op.gg. So definitely some comfort getting locked in there. I do think that's a relatively blindable jungler as well. Technically a flex even. We could potentially see that flex towards the top side for P-Dog.
Yeah, I was about to say, top lane Volibear is always a threat and available. Bing Chiller is going to elect to go with Varus as their ADC of choice.
Yeah, I think we were kind of expecting we'll show them all Jake down there in the bot lane for Crashouts to be, possibly the main carry threat for them tonight. So they could have gone, the Crashouts could have gone for an early prio on the Varus that has been so meta for so long at this point, right? But electing to go for the Volibear instead, I wonder if they're going to pull out something kind of spicy in the bot lane for this first game.
I think it's harder to now that Talia has been locked in, because it means you must play something with some sort of like shift or something like that, because otherwise you just get comboed so efficiently, especially with Varus already. So I don't know. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna see Ashe actually.
The archery battle in the bot
Yeah.
lane. Very interesting. Some Freljord synergy there as well between the Ashe and the Volibear. Maybe like a Braum lock in here could be fun. Keep that going, right? I don't know if that's necessarily the best strategy, but would be cool.
Yeah. Also pretty good into Varus and Talia.
Okay, yeah, maybe an angle then.
Yeah.
Probably some kind of support though. There's also like the Melio is really strong alongside the Ashe. Nautilus, just some solid engage there. Going to be locked in for Spuds.
Yep. Definitely one of his better champions this split. Something you always like to see, just the ability to point and click on people and kill them, especially when you have all this follow-up.
Right, yeah. All right. We're going to have Jarvan the fourth locked in there on the R3 for Mist. I was noticing this is actually the jungler that the Winions played with last week. I was under the impression that was kind of like an emergency substitute situation for the Winions, but looks like he's going to be joining them on the Rift again here for this round of 16 matchup. And last week, again, did not go very well for the Winions. They did lose. That was a 0-2 at the hands of Original Sin, with the Zed we were just talking to on Otter Talk earlier. Do you remember, did we ask Zed at all about what transpired against the Winions last week, Storm? I don't quite remember.
He basically just gave a non-answer and just said, "I dominated." I'm pretty sure was how he did it.
Right. That's like, hey, yeah.
Yeah. There's the Yone ban. Interesting to see that Bing Chillers are the ones banning that away instead of Mint. Both of these teams have mid laners that are quite adept at Yone. I think he's probably going to be one of the contested mid lane picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you were just saying earlier that Zooey has had relatively more of a supportive season overall. Has generally been playing more towards the team, but did play one Yasuo game last week in their match. So it's not like he can't pull out the carries anymore. We know that he can, and it looks like both of the Win brothers are going to get banned away by the Winions.
Yeah, I mean, Mint so far has drafted tons and tons of utility that they need some more damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see something much more damage focused from Zooey in the mid lane.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Is
Anything
interesting.
that can...
What are we going to blind pick here? Are we going to save our top laner, or do you think it's mid lane counter pick for round 5 for being chillers? I think it's going to be mid lane counter pick, and they're going to pick a tank.
Yeah, Espada could just pull out the trusty Ornn here for this first game. Maybe he wants to save it for later in the series.
Alistair. Okay, so we're saying it's
Okay.
definitely Talia mid,
Yeah, it is indeed.
unless we're going to
Makes
see
sense.
some sort of weird Jarvan support or top lane or something.
No. They're saving the R5 for Espada, surely. I
Yeah.
think it makes sense. Try to shut down what P-Dog's going to be looking to do. Let's see what P-Dog is going to decide to blind pick here on the blue side. As you already mentioned, they have a lot of utility so far for the side of Mint, so they need some Katarina. Katarina?
This Zui was a Katarina one trick like 4 seasons ago or something.
Okay. Yeah, he's played a few games of it this season as well. Certainly not a Katarina one trick anymore by any means, but I guess he's probably still got it. The Katarina. Let's see how it does. I mean, so Katarina's least favorite thing, right, is crowd control.
Yeah, I was about to say. We picked
so-
Katarina into Alistair, Jarvan, Talia, Varus.
Seems dangerous.
Yeah,
Although
Poppy.
the Shumpo is not technically a dash, I believe. It is a
It's
blink.
a blank. Yeah.
So you are immune to the unraveled earth, at least.
Yep. However, you are getting knocked up by Alistair combo and
That's
not getting
true.
to spin.
Yeah. That is probably going to happen. But maybe, I mean, we'll have to see. You're talking about how he used to be a Katarina one trick. If the best Katarinas can just wait for their moment, right? You just wait till the Alistar combo is on cooldown, and then you can find the angle. Of course, then the problem might end up being, the fight could theoretically already be lost by the time you find the angle, but we'll have to see how it does go. As Poppy ended up being the blind option for P-Dog, and Cho'Gath going to be the answer for Espada. Thoughts on those top lane lock-in, Storm?
So I'm wondering if it's going to be Poppy jungle, and we have Poppy and
could be.
Volibear, right? You can flex
Yeah.
kind of around to get the matchup that you want. Pretty sure Cho'Gath is much better into Cho'Gath's just good into both of them, actually. I don't think it matters that much. I think Volibear is better in the later side lanes, whereas early on, I think Poppy has some threat onto Cho because she has that max % damage in her kit. Be interesting to see how that goes. But I think that Poppy pick was super good. The enemy team has Jarvan Alistair. So that pick is super, super good. Definitely like the Poppy pick here. But honestly, don't like a lot of the rest of the mint draft. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting, right? They've gone for the Katarina in particular. Obviously, stands out as something that's pretty unorthodox that we don't see very often. But the Ashe as well, seeing Jake on more of a utility pick, I think is surprising to us. Was it you that you were talking about how you were expecting a lot of fireworks in this bot lane? Both these lane carries are going to be playing late game carry threats, but doesn't seem like that's necessarily the option, at least in this first game. For the side of the Varus, he can still build on hit and be more of that late game carry threat, but the Ashe doesn't really have that option. So definitely some very interesting choices on the side of Mint in this first one.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see. Ashe is always that champion that's embodies ADC and positioning, because it's Ashe is the lethal tempo drug user of when you're really, really good at Ashe and know how to get your Q stacks up in lethal tempo, and you have your really ridiculously hard base going and you're kiting and you're vibing, she can pull off some of that outplay and do some of that damage, but it's so much work and it's so much harder than just picking something the Jinx or one of the traditional hyper carries.
Yeah. Especially with all of this front line on the side of Crashouts, right? It's normally you'd think they have so much beef, and so much engage potential with the Nautilus, that they have all the setup. It's all the pieces are there for we'll show them all to pull out something a little bit more oriented towards that hard carry threat. But yeah, I mean, they obviously went for the Ashe pretty early on in the draft here, so maybe it's just kind of how things ended up playing out. But
yeah, I will also mention this is this particular patch, Cho'Gath is like really, really good. He got that buff to his E to make him like they're trying to get him more into the top lane and to make him stop building tank and like to get away from that one shot build where you just build movement speed and run at people. I think he's like one of the best top laners in the game right now.
Wow.
So I think that does matter a lot here. I'm interested to see how many times Nautilus is going to die for the side of Spuds. I think it is going to be a lot because it's basically his job is to go like throw wards over a wall, and if somebody's there to kill him, then he's gonna die. It's not like he can Spider-Man hook his way away from Atalia and Jarvan and stuff.
Right, right. Yeah, it's often a meme, right? As the Nautilus, it's like everybody's pick every
Yeah.
year at Worlds for like the champion with the most deaths. It can be really difficult if you, like you said, it's your job to find the engage. It's your job to stand in front and look for those angles. And when there's a lot of threats on the enemy team, like there are in this case, like you were just highlighting, then it can really be tough to navigate as the Nautilus. We'll have to see how Spuds does do. But it's so interesting as well, Storm, because everybody was talking about in Otter Talk earlier, and Zed in particular was really kind of highlighting that, it's going to be a lot about this early momentum in the series could end up being a massive determining factor. And Zed actually was predicting the Winions to get the first couple of games in this best of 5 and them to have the stronger mental. And he was the one member or the one person on the podcast that actually predicted the Winions to win this match. With this first draft, you have to wonder if maybe this is going to be the start of something for the Winions. Overall, where's your head at? We've been questioning the draft for the Crashouts, but are you going to definitively say that the Winions have the stronger composition?
I mean, it's so hard to pick. I cannot remember the last time I saw Katarina, like even in a solo queue game. Like you never see that champion picked anymore. They're so awful. Like until they get to roam and kill somebody, I cannot see it working out in a comp game that like is this important. So I'm going with the Big Chillers. I can't foresee them being able to kill the enemy frontline. Basically, like I don't think Jarvan and Cho'Gath ever die before Volibear and Nautilus are dead. So I think the Big Chillers are going to take this one.
All right. Well, we'll see, guys. It's the Big Chillers, they had a tough week last week. They have the same jungler back again. I was highlighting Mist as somebody who is a substitute on the roster, but Mist, I think, was actually the strongest performer on the team last week, despite the loss. Actually had a positive KD in both of those games. So on the Jarvan this time around, going to be looking to make the plays happen. See if they are going to be successful, or if the Crashouts, the team that has only lost one game so far all season, are going to end up taking the first one here in the playoffs as well. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの指示何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で
All right, folks, welcome on to the Rift, our first game of the night. It's going to be the Crashouts on blue side. To start this one off, the Winions on red. Anything you'd like to highlight for us, Storm, before we get into the action?
Yeah, so we were looking up stats because we were all going, why the hell would you pick Katarina, into Talia? That seems crazy. Looked at the stats. Apparently, Katarina absolutely dumpsters this matchup. It's like a 55% win rate for Katarina into Talia. I don't know why. Guessing it's just one of those things. Talia's only good for shoving you under your tower. She can't ever kill you because of Shumpo or something like that. Because you're always able to escape her combo. And that just means you get to freely collect your farm under the tower or something.
We'll see.
But that is the reason why Zui picked that matchup. Would also like to highlight, it is the Poppy top lane. Volibear is jungling this game. Think that is probably better early. Cho'Gath is kind of weaker to percent HP damage, which Poppy packs into her kit early, whereas Volibear can't really get that. He just does all the healing and sustain. See both jump. Is this Jarvan starting Wolves? That is kind of interesting.
Very interesting. Volibear on the other side is going to be starting Raptors.
Also,
So either we're doing the quick respawn on those camps, or we're actually doing a 3 camp into something.
yeah. Let's see. That is a quick start on this Volibear, hitting this and killing it. Yeah, looks like I guess they're just going for the quick respawn, heading straight to the Krugs afterward. Both junglers doing the same thing. Interesting to see. And are both pathing the same direction. Don't know if this is both of them are looking for this level 3 bot really early on, or if they're just going to be clearing up towards topside. I have to imagine they're clearing up because they're going for this really aggressive farming style early.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. Although both junglers, are obviously really strong in the early game. Both the Jarvan and the Volibear can be incredibly formidable with those early ganks.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see. This is interesting. Mist now is moving into the river.
Yeah. Talia did get in there, head the shove, was able to place that ward early on and see. They were able to spot this Volibear, but we do see this ward over at the blue buff. I believe that was P-Dog on Poppy was able to place that. So their trinket is on cooldown.
All right. So it's a little bit of a detour as scrapping here in the mid lane. Azui sidestep on the shove. Both mid laners chunked down to relatively low, both under 50%. Nice rock there from OTF. They're basically dead even now in health. Volibear is slightly ahead on the clear because of that slight detour from Mist into the river.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Volibear probably has a bit of a faster clear, I would imagine, early game. Just having kind of the higher base damage on their abilities.
A little bit of an engage down here, but the supports just feeling each other out a little bit. Nice trade back from Gucci. Lands the hail of arrows onto the Ashe.
Yep. Shouldn't really be much of anything. Oh, that's
There's an engage.
aggressive.
Headbutt hold onto Jake. And the stun on his Spuds as well. The Dredgeland to come back, and the Alistar, no cooldowns, but will show him not able to really fully commit. Already lost some health on the earlier trade. So A-Hop is pretty low, but the Varus has more health than the Ashe.
And that was Ignite burned from Nautilus, whereas A-Hop still has his exhaust available.
We did see the side of Poom completed the full clear and then went for the reset, whereas a Mist actually is not going for the reset yet, is going for the Raptor takeaway on the respawn and is going to be able to get the entire camp. So Poom now gets back to the Raptors, finds nothing there. That is going to be a slight lead now for the J4.
I would also just like to point this out, but that Poppy bought 2 longswords.
Yeah, it could be like a Sundered Sky start, potentially.
Yeah, that's quite good on Poppy.
Or, you know, I doubt we're seeing anything really degenerate, like Assassin Poppy or something like that. That would be pretty surprising. You take Grasp, obviously, so I assume it's still going to be a tankier build for the most part.
Yeah, and we do see this Hawkshot does spot Mist over at his wolves as he was taking them. So there is information right now for Wolshel, the Maw, and Frozen Spuds, knowing that they probably can clear this out. Maybe they have time. Interesting that Jarvan just kind of waited, made it look like he was pathing towards top, and is now heading bot here.
So do you feel like we were having a very, very slow early game here? Both teams, you know, not really looking to push the envelope too much. Oh, we'll show him, though. Just face checks the Jarvan. The EQ is going to land, and he's probably just going to hold the flash here. It's not going to get you out. Right as I say something about it, Storm, immediately we get the first blood, and it's onto Mist's Jarvan.
Yeah, it's always that thing with you're on stream, you're wanting to shake the nerves out. That's probably going to... Yeah, probably be quiet, but Caster Curse is greater than nerves. Confirmed.
Yeah, just really unfortunate there for Will Show him, just walking in towards the river at the wrong time. Probably wanted to try to get some vision because they obviously knew that the Drake was alive, but Jarvan was just waiting in the bush. And that is going to be the kill as well as that first neutral over to the side of the Winions. Of course, as we can see here, Poom is going to use this opportunity to do some counter jungling of his own. Is spotted out now, so OTF gets that ward down on the Raptors. I don't know if the Talia is really going to be able to... Oh, trying to steal him away. The Volibear does get the big one.
Yeah. But I believe Talia did get some of the small ones there with the shove, and that is the majority of the XP in those jungle camps.
Yeah, slight CS lead for OTF there in the mid lane as well. Zooey has not really been able to be active just yet on the Katarina. Just hit level 6 a short while ago, so obviously I don't think you're really looking to do anything as Katarina before 6, right? You have so much more threat with the ultimate. Now looking for a play onto a spot, a flash forward from Poom, gets the CC down onto the Cho'Gath, and the flash redirect from P-Dog, gets the Cho'Gath into the wall, and that is going to be us all tied up at 1-1 on the board.
Yeah, punishing a spot of blowing flash earlier when we weren't pushing top lane. That is a pretty big kill. Poppy does have this freeze set up, and Espada doesn't have teleports. That should be a bigger lead opening up for them. Interesting to see Espada did buy a catalyst. So this isn't going to be full tank Cho'Gath, that there is some AP getting built here.
Very interesting. I mean, they do have plenty of front line already with the Jarvan and the Alistar, right? So, ooh, Shankar Solero going to connect onto A-Hop. The Alistar still only level 5, doesn't have access to the Unbreakable Will just yet, gets pulled back in by the Dredge line, and Poom is here for the follow-up. There's the flash away for the Alistar, but it's going to save him. The Gathering Storm there from Poom secures the kill. 2-0 now for the Mint Jungler.
Yeah, I mean, great to secure that kill, but kind of unfortunate. We did see Zooey was right there trying to kill steal that, as all Katarina's above to do.
Oh, does get hit by the shove into the turret, goes for the Death Lotus. But the Talia is going to be all right. Zooey couldn't hang out underneath the turret there to fully channel the ultimate.
Yeah. So it does look like you were right on that call out. I believe that is the recipe for Sundered Sky being built by this Poppy here, but Joe's jungler's so low.
There comes Mist. Zooey is going to Shunpo directly into a cow. A-Hop finds the combo, and OTF finds the kill. Once again, we're all tied up. Next kill will be the Feat of Warfare.
Yeah, and Grubs have spawned, which is a possibility of getting a major step towards that objective done as well, and getting that feat started. DC Poom has started them.
Yeah. Obviously, the first dragon did go over to the Winions earlier, so pretty big for the side of Mint to be able to deny the grubs. No vision in the pit for the Bing Chillers. This is probably just going to be a given overs. They don't have the prio in the top lane either. So P-Dog with that earlier advantage, able to help guarantee this objective does go over. Another stun even onto a spot. I'm going to get the Cho'Gath chunked down pretty low once again. Although Spada does have access to the teleport again, so can use that if necessary.
Man, it's crazy that Katarina and Zui can just shumpo into this guy's face.
Oh, the arrow from Jake. It sets it up, and it is going to be Zui this time. Gets the last hit, knocks it down. That's going to be the feat of warfare and the first kill of the game for this Katarina. All set up by the Ashe.
Yeah, really interested to see what Mist is able to do and kind of up this tempo a little bit. Needs to try and start helping out. The top side of their map isn't doing too hot right now with those solo kills going over. I guess it's not a solo kill. The Ashe, Jake will show them all, was able to set that up quite nicely. But
yeah, I do feel like the Jarvan, I mean, he was able to get that one kill onto We'll Show Him off the face check, but has had a relatively quiet early game on this Jarvan.
Yeah, just sitting in a bush right now.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like this wave is pushing in towards Jake and Spud, so no reason to be face checking the river this time. And Demis is just going to move in, help get that crash. And they're setting up for the next dragon. Spawning in 15 seconds will be 2 dragons for the Winions if they can get it. But we do see the collapse coming through from the Crashouts. Zui, potentially in danger, has to flash to get away from the flag, and Drag still gets hit by the shove. That's a lot of damage onto the Katarina before the fight even really starts. Does have teleport, but...
I think that means this is going to be a second dragon for the Winston's Winions, and that's going to be a huge advantage, although they are dragging their bot lane over.
All right,
3K.
maybe Boom can get in there for a steal. Doesn't have flash, but does have the ultimate to try to get into the pit if he feels like that's necessary. It is just going to be smote away. The teleport coming in from Zui, but it's too late to contest the objective. The hook, though, does land onto OTF. Ahop just trying to buy some time here, get everybody else out to safety. In fact, the re-engage coming through. Spud's going down low, but they can't secure the kill. Jarvan going in with the Cataclysm. There is not enough. Stormbringer forward now. Gets the flash out from Gucci. The Unraveled Earth trying to peel. OTF and Gucci trying to get back underneath the turret for the Storm Split, the Sky Splitter, rather, from Poom. Secures one of the kills, and Zui will get the other. Huge team fight win. 4-for-1 overall. Mint Crashouts on top.
Yeah, and that was just so strange to see. Oh, Spuds. Okay, we have W. Never mind. Just tanking that for fun. You know, Ahop was immediately calling it. I feel he must have been, you know, I'm out. Kind of thing, right? Gets that 4-man pull. It has everything is big for it. And you see all Gucci and OTF were like nowhere near to actually capitalize on the damage, and they didn't go back in until until all of the CC was already burned. And then that was just a clean focus by the Crashouts. Is worth mentioning, Bing Chillers were able to secure that. That is their second dragon secured, and that is something that they can now play for as Soul.
Yeah, it's Mountain Soul this game as well.
Yeah.
So that is good for them, but they're down pretty substantially now in gold, and it really is the third dragon where you really start to threaten the stacking up towards the soul, right? So you have to imagine that the Crashouts are going to be set up for that next one. That's in a few minutes' time. That's going to be a really critical moment. But for now, the Crashouts, they're up about 3K, and they're feeling relatively controlled. And that last fight around the dragon, it definitely felt a little bit like a split call to me. You know, some members were saying like, oh, we got the dragon, we can just leave. Whereas Ahop, you know, clearly had that really nice engage, maybe was calling for the larger fight.
Yeah, I think for Ahop it was just kind of the, I'm going to die for this to make sure that we get this dragon secured. Also weird to see with this Espada build. Oh, never mind. Fight.
Here comes Poom, looking for the play in the bottom lane. Depth charge out onto Gucci. Mist is here for the counter gank, but this Volley Bear is right on top of the Varus and just mauls him We'll show him trying to get taken down here by Mist trying to take down We'll show him will eventually secure that kill, but now the health bar is so low. The Sky Splitter once again as Poom is so big. We do have OTFs in the vicinity as well, but Zooey's also here, gonna secure that kill onto the Alistar. Number 5. When did Katarina get 5 kills?
They picked up some majority. I think they got 2 in that last fight.
Range Dredge line. He's looking for number 6, and there it is. Zooey on the Katarina makes it happen. And they're going to get the first turret here as well. That's going to be the feats of strength. The Crashouts starting to run away with this first one.
Yeah, and this is kind of the thing that I was talking about. The Crashouts are so good at just keeping the pressure on and just piling it on and on and on. And this is going to be the test now for the Bing Chillers. Is can they recover when they're down?
Absolutely, yeah. We were really expecting Momentum to play such a big role in this match. You know, the Chillers coming off that 0-2 last week. Now they engage once again in the mid lane. Gucci just going to get flashed on and immediately dies. This time it's going to be the first kill of the game for Jake on the Ashe. 12-4 now on the scoreboard. The gold lead has exploded to 5,500. 1 minute out on the Dragon. Feels like that's kind of the last hope for the Winions in this one. You know, they don't have to fight for this Mountain Dragon, but I feel like that's the only win condition left at this point is the Soul.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know if you can fight it without your Varus having the first item completed, right?
Yeah.
It's so hard. Your Cho'Gath is, for some reason, has built a Catalyst, which is very heavily delayed his Ormogs or Hearthsteel. Not sure which they're building.
That'd be especially painful if it's Heartsteel, because then you're delaying the stacking of it as well.
Yeah. And we're delaying our Roa as well a lot, which is not great to see.
The Winions are moving into the river right now. They're getting some control over the area for the Dragon, spawning imminently now. The Crashouts don't really seem too bothered by it. I mean, Poom's coming out of base. I guess they're just going to be confident in their retake abilities.
Yeah, no one's here together. But
now we see Mist leaving the area, kind of realizing that, or assuming that the Crashouts are going to want to contest for this, and when they do, it's not a fight that the Winions can win. So they are just going to give over this first Mountain Dragon.
Katarina's driving this into the tower. Okay.
Double whammy there. They get the mid-tier 1 and their first dragon simultaneously.
Yeah, and this Volibear is so ahead right now that they have 2 full completed items, those full boots purchased as well. That's going to be, yeah, Spirit Visage healing for that W as well. This is going to be so big.
Yeah, who's been having a great game. 5-0 and 6 on the Volibear. 11 out of 12 kill participation for the mid Crashouts jungler. It's been really doing such a great job of setting up these plays.
Yeah. Also interesting to see in the top lane, P-Dog is playing this matchup like how you're supposed to. It's all about just Poppy hitting Q on you over and over and over again. It's Cho'Gath, you can't really dodge it. And when she hard commits for something like that, you always leave a minion up to E towards to reposition yourself so that you don't get hit by the Cho'Gath Q and he can't get those full 3 auto trade onto you. Definitely showing that they have the expertise on this Poppy pick.
Absolutely. P-Dog been playing it very nicely. It seems like the top laners, neither top laner has really been involved in any of the fights yet. It's 0-0-1 versus 0-1-0. The only action up there. Oh, the arrow has to be flashed by OTF. In goes Boom still, and then goes the Katarina alongside him. But tanking up the turret is going to be shut down by Gucci. This was a little bit too deep as the Crashouts feeling themselves a little bit there. End up giving over a couple of shutdowns.
Yeah, that was like 2,000 golden shutdowns that just went over. And they went to OTF and to Gucci, I believe.
I believe you are right. That is exactly where you want the gold if you are a Winions fan. Still, about 2.5, almost 3,000 lead for the Crashouts overall. Yeah. But that was definitely a big whoopsie. Blade of the Ruined King done now for Gucci.
working their way towards that Rage Blade, or nope, decided that Katarina nearly one-shot me. Maybe we some defense and instead is going to go for that Wit's End.
OTF very close to the Leandries as well. That will be a big spike for the Talia. And I'm thinking this next dragon could be a bit of a fight here, Storm.
Yeah, I'm imagining that's where the pressure on the map's going to be. You know, with Baron not spawning until 25 minutes, that's not up for, you know, some sort of random trade or attempt. Is worth mentioning, there is Cho'Gath, so that is the Smite secure special, right? So if we're able to get a Spada down here early and just flip it, it's not really a flip. If they're able to get the time for the side of the Winston's Winions.
Worth mentioning as well that we're going to have Otacon spawning down here on the bot side of the map also. So if this next team fight ends up being decisive one way or the other, that could be a massive swing in the game with the team that wins getting both of those objectives, the Dragon and the Otacon, would be absolutely huge.
Yeah. And 90 seconds before this spawns, you see both teams are just laser focused onto this. That is when the Otacon started.
Gonna start it. There's no vision here right now for the Winions. There are many
they're
members
gonna
in
check.
the area, and it's not going down really that quickly. There's the ward. Otacon still at 5,500 health. Here comes the teleport though from P-Dog, just to make sure that they can. Yeah, the Winions just giving that over. Espada also had teleport. They could have commit for the fight there, but yeah, deciding not to. Why do you think that could be?
I mean, I have no idea. Fighting that objective is so frightening. It reduces your like armor and MR by half or something. If it hits you with those blasts, yeah, it's so much. Like that's a fight that you gotta just see and just go, oh my god, they're throwing the game again. Like, I think that was a mistake.
There are 4 members of the Winions right there. Like, yeah, I feel like they definitely could have fought for that. I agree. Maybe they just want to save all of their cooldowns for the Dragon fight. They just feel like going up to Soul Point is just more important than the Otacon. I don't know.
I guess. I'm also just really hating on this friggin' Cho'Gath build from Espada. Why are we building Rod of Ages at 22 minutes into the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's nerfed as well, right? A
Yeah.
lot of people will just like sit on Catalyst now. I feel like it's the arrow gets the cleanse out from Gucci.
Yeah.
P-Dog is here. That's gonna be the flash off of A-Hop as well. Really
okay,
nice
so you were
setup
not
there.
fighting Dragon, I guess, right? Like you just
guess.
lost so much.
I mean, they still have all their ultimates. Paris doesn't have flash though, or cleanse anymore. Such an impossible fight to try to play out for Gucci specifically. And yeah, it looks like the Dragon will just be given over. So Crashouts just kind of getting everything, and they're not having to work very hard for it.
Yeah, I mean, what do we have now? We have Baron spawning in 2.5 minutes. That's, I guess, the next contention point on the map. It's like, do you give up your red buff and blue buff? Like, that's what's going to start happening is they're going to look for these plays and just keep invading you and see how much they can take. I can't imagine Mint is not going to play aggressively.
Well, the red buff is going to be smote away by Poom. Seemed like maybe the Winions kind of did want to fight for that one. They're just a little bit too late.
Yeah.
Really bizarre last couple of sequences, honestly.
Yeah, it's just, this feels like rolling over and dying. Like, this is like those like things with like, you watch a team like, oh, they like took our inhib and now we engage after the Baron's gone type thing. That's what this whole sequence feels like to me.
Yeah. It feels like the Winions like lost some massive team fight where they just got aced for nothing or something, except that fight didn't actually happen. They're just acting like it did.
Yeah, I mean, they're down, what, 3,000 gold, basically? 4,000? Like, that's not that big of a gap.
Well,
yeah, we can see, looking at this gold graph here that's up on stream, that, like, yeah, Ashe and Varus are very, very similar in their gold amounts. Mid lane, there's an 1,000 gold lead for the side of this Katarina, but like it's not insurmountable. This is a fight you can take.
Yeah, well, we'll see where the Winions decide to make their stand. Baron is going to be joining us in about
Just over
1
a
minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dragon a couple minutes after that. You know, at least for the Winions, they did obviously secure the first 2 dragons, so it's not like the Crashouts are imminently threatening the Soul. But I mean, you have to consider if the Winions still just kind of keep going at this pace where they're not really proactively setting up these plays. I mean, a 4-stack Mountain Soul, that's unplayable.
Yeah, I mean, even getting a third one here at some point, it's going to be like providing so
resist.
much,
Yeah.
so much for this Poppy, especially who has the amplification of it.
Volibear as well, you know, already has
Yeah.
a lot of resistances built up, has the enhanced Mercury treads, as well as the Spirit Visage, so strong against these double AP solo laners.
Yeah, and Espada just unable to take these trades, basically. This isn't like winning out right now.
There's the R5 Cho'Gath, remember, as
Yeah.
well. That just hasn't really been able to make any headway in this matchup against the Poppy.
Got it.
Well, we're slowing down once again here. I mean, the Baron is
Yeah.
alive now, but to the side of the Crashouts not wanting to start it up immediately or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean,
still
as-
giving the Winions the benefit of the doubt that they could contest if they want to.
I mean, as a Crashouts, that's the one way you lose the game, right? Is the enemy team steals Baron from you. Cho'Gath has Flash, so maybe once Cho'Gath flashes down, then we look at it. I mean, otherwise, you just play for this dragon. It's coming up in 90 seconds. That's your third dragon. That's like the clock. It forces the enemy team to come out, probably.
Yeah, I mean, the Crashouts are thinking about preempting it. They find the hook, the engage, onto Mist. The Driven actually going in with the EQ, trying to fall back with the Cataclysm, but it's just looking a little bit disjointed, and the Katarina is just going to go crazy in a chaotic fight like this. Nobody was focusing Zooey, and he just easily picks up those first couple of kills, flashing underneath the turret is Boom. That's 3 now for Zooey. Picks up a killing spree just from that one fight. And that should be Baron. I mean, jungler's down for the Winions. No smite.
Yeah.
It's free objective. And they're going to have plenty of time probably to rotate down for that next dragon as well.
Yeah, it's a disaster for the Winions right now. Like, that's pretty much as bad as it can be. It's like, if you need to check it, you just have to have blue trinket or something. It's crazy to me that Varus is still sitting on a yellow trinket at this point in the game when the game's like this.
Yeah, we've just been waiting for the shout from the Winions,
Yeah.
you know, some kind of exclamation to try and make a stand at some point in this game. But unfortunately, it seems like it's just going to be a little bit of a whimper.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
this is one of those things where it's like, if you're playing Melee and you are in this position, it's like, just unplug your controller, dog. Like, this is bad. Like, I know it's like really frowned upon to like surrender in series and stuff, especially on stream, but like, if you're not doing anything, why are you playing at this point? Like, if this is ugly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just confusing. That's my main emotion right now. I'm just confused. I just don't understand why. I mean, they had like a solid early game. Like, they got the first couple of drag arrow.
Okay,
It did
here's a
connect. I
Spada.
think they're onto Espada. Yeah, who does flash to try to get away, but Boom continuing to chase the depth charge as well onto the Cho'Gath, and Ash just filling him with arrows. That's going to be the first kill, and I think more will follow. Boom going very deep, will eventually die, but he's most likely going to be the only casualty. P-Dog getting in amongst it. Another pulverized from Ahab, trying to get back underneath the turret, but Zooey is going to pop off to end the game. The complete ace. 5 for 2 in the team fight. Mint Crashouts take the dragon. They take the team fight. They took everything in this first game, a dominating Game 1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to push for the end here. They have 20 seconds. They have this Baron. They have all the grubs. This should just be the end of the game, but for the side of Bing Chillers, you got to go back to the drawing board and figure out what you're doing and how you're going to get into this series, because this was not a good start.
I mean, the start to their start was good, though. Like,
yeah.
They had those first couple of kills. You know, they got the first couple of dragons. Mist was playing towards bot lane. It was like everything was going fine. I just like...
They just
where
collapsed.
did it all go wrong, Storm? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. They literally just collapsed. They went, we can't fight this. I feel like it was the second dragon fight to me was the whole thing, where it was like
Mm,
Alistair, A-Hop as Alistair goes, I am sacrificing this stuff for my dragon. You guys need to leave. You need to away. You need to get out. I imagine was the call there, right? Because we see Alistair
yeah,
engaging
yeah,
into 4 people and the 3 of his teammates running away. And then
yeah.
they see how big the combo is and they go, that was pretty good. Maybe we should go in on this. And, Jarvan goes in with the engage as well and gets something. But then it's like, all your engage is gone. All your CC is down. Who is going to stop this Katarina from killing everyone? And Katarina just runs rampant. And then is that the seeds and people don't trust each other anymore? Maybe.
We already set it up. Mental could play a big role in this match tonight. We know there are some emotional players on both sides. So
Yeah.
you have to wonder. You have to wonder.
I've heard the quote from Espada, just lock me, Fiora. I don't care.
Fiora game 2 incoming.
Yeah.
Could be
If we see an early Fiora in game 2, it's a bad sign.
Okay, interesting. Well, as far as game 1 is concerned, Storm, who would you give a POG vote to if you were going to dish one out for the side of the Crashouts?
I mean, Jungle, the Volibear was absolutely popping off, got some dives off. I believe that was Poom
Yes,
playing
absolutely right.
that. They looked really good. They pushed their lead. They dived turrets. They turned the towers off with their ultimate. They looked great.
Yeah, I like that. Me, Storm. I'm always
Yeah.
about the jungle votes. But I do want to give a shout out to Jake as well. I thought he had a great game on the Ashe. Even thinking back to that arrow to set up that first kill for the Katarina in the mid lane,
Right,
nailed
that was
OTF
big.
with that first Ashe ult. That was a bit of a tempo setter as well, I think. And we were talking to how we don't really see Ashe as his kind of champion necessarily, but definitely piloted it very well in this first one. Go to a quick break, guys, and then game 2 when we come back. See if the Winions can bounce back after that tough loss. All right, folks, welcome back. We are about to get underway with our Game 2 draft between the Winions and the Crashouts. That first game in the early minutes was shaping up to be pretty competitive, Storm, but the Winions just kind of the wheels came off at some points. You were highlighting that second dragon fight. I feel like there was something there where maybe there was a little bit of miscommunication, and it kind of deflated that for the rest of that game.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a slow kind of death, right? The death by a thousand cuts, and they just stopped trying to contest anything. They were at that one dragon early and they got it and they got it. They got it and they should have just ran out. And then there was that maybe bit of miscommunication when they burned all their CC and got the enemy carries low. They weren't able to do anything about it. And then, yeah, after that point, it was just there wasn't a lot of trust, it seemed, between anybody. But we are heading into game 2 of this draft. Bing Chillers did elect to go onto the blue side this game. And I think draft has started. There's the first ban with Gwen.
Yeah, so let's see what the Winions can put together here from the blue side. We did quite like their draft in the previous game as well, right? Storm, it felt like they got a lot of really nice picks for themselves, including like the Talia, the Jarvan for Mist. That was all feeling really nice. And those picks obviously are not going to be available anymore due to the Fearless format. So let's see what they find. Obviously there are still some really strong picks available. The Xin Zhao was banned away on red side in the previous game. The Lilia, I think, could potentially be a big pick for Mist as well.
Yeah, I'm also going to highlight Maokai and Leona as kind of the two engaged tank supports that are left. Now that Nautilus and Alistair are both out,
Yeah,
I think both of those are probably going to be fairly high priority just with the way both of these supports play.
makes
You know,
sense.
I guess there is kind of that answer for the side of Mint. They do play a lot of that fiddlestick support. No,
Ooh,
was nerfed quite a bit. Don't know if it's still broken, quote unquote, like it was.
yeah.
But
That's interesting. The Echo band coming through there for the Winions. A little surprising.
that's a Zooey mid pick generally.
Okay. I mean, a
Don't
lot of
know
his
if
other picks are still available.
Hmm.
Both Wind Brothers, if he wanted to go towards them, were banned out in the second ban phase in the previous game.
Yeah. Um, Action still available as well. Mel as well
Okay.
seems to be something most mid laners have picked up.
So the jungle pool was pretty open here after the bans, and the Winions are going to go for the Viego on the B1 for Mist. So definitely a vote of confidence in the new jungler.
Uh, yeah, I mean, I feel like Viego just kind of fits into most team comps. Most team comps are trying to kill somebody, so Viego's generally pretty good.
Oh, when you put it that way, yeah, I
Yeah.
guess I guess there's something there, Storm.
Yeah. Mint gonna answer with Zinzao and Corky. Jake, or we'll show them all. Is a big fan of this champion because he gets to Valkyrie at people and try and kill them.
Yeah.
Does generally Valkyrie forwards almost every time, so he's probably going
Okay.
to Valkyrie to his death as well. Excited to see that happens.
The kamikaze strategy for
Yeah.
Corky. Yeah, that could be very exciting. Although kamikazing into a Viego sounds a little bit suboptimal. So we'll have to see how that goes. Oriana coming through for OTF this game. It's a little bit more of a defensive pick, I feel. Are you liking that pairing alongside the Viego? It almost feels to me like a denial from Mint. They didn't want to see the Oriana paired up with the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I feel like it's more of a takeaway. I don't think it's the greatest combination, although Oriana does provide a lot of burst damage that Viego likes. I don't think it's a bad pairing necessarily. There's probably better mid laners you could have picked, something like, Syndra's up and available.
Yeah, or like Lissandra is another
Syndra.
really classic Viego pairing.
Yeah. Speaking of Syndra,
Okay.
getting hovered.
It was just trading the picks that would have been better with the respective junglers, I guess. Totally
Yeah.
fine. It's a lot of damage being represented right now on both sides.
Yeah, be really interesting to see with Mint having, round 5 counter pick. Guessing that that's going to go to their top laner now that they have picked mid laners into each other and junglers have both been picked. It is possible that they will save Spud's support counter pick as well.
I'm
Has
actually kind
definitely,
of expecting that. I feel like top lane was so sleeper last game, right? Like
yeah,
nothing happened in the top lane. So does getting counter pick up there even really matter?
it should. It is Espada does play champions like the Fiora I had mentioned during the break. There's Jax. There is a lot of split push champions available to him if he wants to go that route. Um, are going to see differing sides. Mint is banning some more of the kind of engage supports. We'll note that Leona is still available, and I'm guessing that is going to be the pick taken.
Ooh,
Shen
and
has been buffed
so
monstrously.
he is really, really strong right now, and technically a flex between top lane and support. I'm not sure if both P Dog and Spuds play it. It's probably more likely that it's the top lane Shen, I would assume. But
Yeah.
I'm quite liking that R4 pick.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you just baiting the enemy team to pick Leona here?
Yeah, I mean, Leona would go really hard for the Winions, I think. It's great with the Kaisa and the Viego. They're going to go for the Renekton, which seems like a bit of a self-counter pick. I don't think he necessarily does that well into the Shen, does he? Shen can just immune the empowered stun.
Yeah, I feel like there's very few matchups that Shen like actually hard loses. That's definitely one that I learned how to play Shen was to beat Renekton, and there is the Leona I was highlighting. Interesting.
Okay.
So, do we see
So,
Fiddlesticks?
oh, what do we see? I mean, normally you'd like to go Braum here probably, but that was obviously banned by the Winions in
Yeah.
the second phase. What other? There's Renata is still available. That
Yeah.
could be pretty decent here.
Janna, the kind of classic disengage, Nami,
Sure.
Lulu.
Oh, Lulu has been nerfed a bunch, but we all know that a good Lulu. Okay, they
Okay,
are going to go
Renata.
for Renata. So, I mean, I quite like this setup for Mint. I was just talking earlier about how that top lane last game was so quiet, like almost nothing happened up there. We haven't really seen Espada show his teeth yet tonight.
Yeah.
Um, and I feel like just picking the Shen so that you can fully play towards that bottom side of the map just makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, most of the picks that are like good into Shen are more orientated towards split pushing. Renekton does have that ability to damage towers, but like I don't really feel like the Bing Chillers could really heavily index into that, especially taking this Viego and Orient Kaisa. They're very focused on the engage. So I think that was a really smart play by Mint taking Shen and just kind of being able to call it out, saying, "Hey, you can't take Fiora or something along those lines here. Your team doesn't allow it. We'll take the support counter pick." And I think that Renata pick is really good into Leona. You can
It is.
handshake her out of the E Ford, the Zenith Blade.
Oh, really? Can you interrupt the Zenith Blade with Handshake?
Yeah,
I didn't even know you could do that. That's
yeah.
insane. I mean,
It's
obviously you got to be pretty quick with it, but
yeah, it's hard to time, but you can do it.
yeah, I
And
mean,
yeah,
I really
the whole Bing Chiller's team just kills one person, right? That's the whole thing, right? You kill one person, Viego carries you, and you have Renata to say you don't kill one person.
That's right. That's absolutely right. I will say I did really like the Leona pick for the Bing Chillers, regardless of the fact that it did end up getting countered by Spuds. They needed reliable engage, right? You cannot
Yeah,
have Viego be the guy who's standing in front looking to like spectral maw people to start the fight. That's just not only is that usually not going to work, but also if Viego's engaging, he probably dies first and then he doesn't get the resets, and then that's really bad. So the Leona, I think, was a necessary pick here for the Winions to round out this composition. It is a great pairing alongside the Kaisa as well, but I just feel like the Crashouts have the answers. They've got the Renata.
yeah.
The Syndra can be great at disengage as well. And then obviously the Shen, as I've
Shen
already
alt
mentioned,
as
is just
well.
the cherry
Yeah.
on top. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if we're gonna craft a game plan for the Winions here, so I think it's safe to say, I assume, Storm, you're on the same page as far as the
Yeah,
Crashouts being the better draft.
for sure.
So, like, if we're looking on the Winion side, what do they need to make happen in this game in order to try to tie up this series?
They got to get multi-man shockwaves. If you
Hmm.
can shockwave Corky and Syndra, it's like you can't blow your team's damage load onto one target, right? You have to be able to bait out some of these things. Maybe you're able to get Renekton there early, and he's able to use his W shield break onto the Shen target as well. That can be a way that you're able to get something. Like if you're able to set up a Death Brush as the Bing Chillers, your damage is super high, I think, and you can get picks that way. Um, that's more my thing. I'm trying to think of like how is this early game going to go? Because
Yeah.
that's where some of the things they have available, right? They have Renekton, they have Leona. Kai'Sa's fairly strong early. Viego clears fast. Orianna's good early. So I feel it's again this early game needs to be there for them, but on the same side, Mint has an incredibly potent early game as well. So you got to get early game running, and you have to just throw hands. I think is the only way this game goes well for you. I don't think going late is going to do your team any favors. I think you just have to throw hands and just accept that this is a brawl.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Even like compositions aside, based on what we saw in the previous game, right? We really want to see the Chillers come out swinging in this one. I think we need to see some fight come out from this team after they kind of just rolled over at the end of that last one. I think this will be really telling, probably the opening of this next one in terms of like where is the mental actually at for this team. And what are their chances of actually coming back in this series? It feels like, just going off of that game number 1, I mean, Crashouts so far are looking like the clear favorites.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Just trying to think of anything that could have done on the side of Bing Chillers.
It
Something
could what?
I'm just trying to think of like, in that round 4 and 5, right? I think that Leona was very much a trap with the Rakan and the Rel being banned when your team needed engage. If there was something else your team could have picked there, if maybe it was a Maokai top angle or something like that, something to give your team some more engage options. Because, Shen isn't the strongest early laner, right? He's quite good at
Yeah.
it, but if you're playing respectively, he's never going to get you. But anyway, champions have been locked. All about throwing hands in this game. I'm excited to see if the Bing Chillers can throw them.
Are you predicting the hands are going to be landing on some crash out faces, or do you think the crash outs with this stronger draft probably going to go up 2-0 in the series?
I think they go up 2-0, but
Yeah.
I think this game is predicting. I think there's going to be first blood by minute 4.
We can only hope. We can only hope. We were also predicting, I think, on Otter Talk, the Crashouts to take the first couple of games in tonight's match. We'll have to see if that does end up coming to pass. The Winions, a team with a lot of strong players on it, going to need to bounce back after that tough first game. We'll see if they can do it, guys, right after the break.
try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's taken for the bullets. She'll never go back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted. Such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Hold down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our gloria to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too
All right, everybody, welcome back. Sorry about the extended delay there. We had some rune issues, and then we had some connection issues, all kinds of issues, but those are all over now. Back into the gameplay storm. We're swapping sides this time around. The Winions on blue side looking to bounce back. The Crashouts on red, seeing if they can go up 2-0.
Yeah, interesting to see the Winions elected to take blue side, thinking that they needed that first pick, taking that Viego. So Mist really needs to step it up this game and showcase why they were given that first pick and why the Winions think that they needed blue. Just see both
Uh-oh.
teams 5-pointing here. Oh, we're good. Hopefully.
Some continued connection issues, perhaps.
Oh,
We did have this is a pause situation, Storm, so we'll be getting back into it momentarily. But yeah, I'm wondering if Mist is actually named, if he chose his name off, based on Viego. It's the Hallowed Mist, right?
right.
I think that could be a thing.
Maybe. People definitely really like to name themselves after champions. I definitely had an Aurelion Soul account that I renamed to Where Are My Balls Riot when they took them away from him.
There you go. Yeah. We did see some vision getting placed in the topside red quadrant. So that is going to be a ward onto the red camp for the Winions and a defensive ward coming out there from the Crashouts. And yeah, Frozen Spuds, yeah, unfortunately, as you can see, guys, is continuing to have some connection issues.
Okay.
Any runes or summoners, Storm, worth mentioning?
Yeah, I was about to say, weirdest thing I want to take out, that is grass on Renekton.
Yeah, that is a bit
What
strange.
the hell is that? Like, if you want the extended fight, you want Conqueror. If you want to be going for these really quick fight jiggies, you take PTA. Why on earth would you want grass on Renekton? Okay, that one's strange to me. Both ADCs taking cleanse this game makes sense. See Poom for some reason is a flash on F person. Don't like that.
What? Are you a Delasher, Storm?
I am a Delasher.
Oh, but that's just wrong. Faker has flash on F. So as far as I'm concerned, that's actually just the end of the discussion.
Okay, that's fair. I'd argue with the 83% of pro players having flash on D.
There's no way that's true. Is that a real stat?
In 2016, that was the percentage.
Okay, 20. Okay.
I have never checked it since.
There's no way. I would bet you $20 that more pros today have flash on F.
Sure.
Yeah, do camps, that's fine. 20 big ones, Storm. I don't know what that is in Canadian dollars, but
it's fairly similar. It's probably 25 Canadian. All right. Let's sort by region.
oh, he's manipulating the stats now, guys. He's
I don't-
cherry picking the stats.
Can you find it for pro stats? Because I can't. I googled it.
Let's see.
I was about to say the only thing I'm seeing is the Liga Graphs thing. Where I see it's higher for most high elo people. And in iron. It's definitely defavored in iron.
I mean, that's proving my point again here.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. So Flash on F is most popular in and platinum, and it starts overtaking in diamond, and it goes up in masters. Grandmasters, it's 56% flash on D. And challenger, it's 52.3% flash on D. That's for all regions, according to League of Graphs.
That's all regions? Oh.
Yeah. Would you like me to sort to North America, Korea? Where would you like this to be sorted to?
Well, I'm pretty sure that the Korean stats are going to be very flash on F favored. I've heard that before.
It is, yes.
That is surprising to me that the overall stats are
And it's
still
just
Flash
for
on D. I'm
yeah,
shocked, actually. That just
yeah,
seems so wrong.
yeah. In Korea, it's like 75% and it's every single rank, like all of them. Like even in Iron, 73% Flash on F. It just doesn't change. It's like all
Oh,
that
it's like,
percentage.
really, the Korean server is the only one that really matters, right? Storm,
Okay.
everybody knows that.
And it goes down the higher up you go. So it's 73. It's like 79% in bronze, and then when you get up to challenger, it's 32% on D. So the higher elo you go, the more D flashers there are.
Okay, okay. Hmm. I mean, what is the even reason for having it? It's F is for Flash. How can,
D is
and it's like
closer.
the last. To some of your, not to your. It's the same. Well, I mean, it's your index finger is going to be equally close to the F key as your other fingers are to the D key. I
Do
don't
you play
understand
with
how
the
that.
Q on Pinky? Are you one of those people?
Oh yeah, are you not?
No.
Wait, how else do you?
I shift my finger over for R. I'm
Oh,
QWE and I have a finger on shift, like shift clicking and for shift abilities,
oh, interesting.
and then my thumb
Huh.
is on space for putting the camera onto myself.
Well, I guess I could see how Flash on D might work better for that. Yeah. This is very
Yeah.
interesting. This has been illuminating for me, Storm. I guess if you really want to, you can collect on your $20.
All right.
I'm surprised that so many people actually do take D Flash, but I guess that makes sense. Yeah,
It's
I
if
didn't
you're
I
a
didn't
WAS
consider
gamer,
other
right? If you're a WAS gamer, it's more natural to have Flash on D. Like if you're an
sure,
FPS
sure.
gamer.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, what else should we talk about? That was fun. We're
Yeah,
still
that
stuck
was
in this pause.
yeah. Which of these lanes do you think is going to get first blood? That's the next. That's if we're betting men. If we're all in on this DraftKings betting, as society
Elaine
has
official
told us
sponsor
that we
now.
must go over under on every.
Oh
What's
yeah,
what's
right.
the over under on what lane's getting first blood? Where are we heading? Is it a jungler getting
Oh
it? Is it bot lane? Where are you
yeah.
thinking?
I think it is going to be bot lane.
Yep.
I do think it is going to be bot lane, and I think I'm actually going to make it a parlay where the jungler is going to be involved for the first blood. All right, and
Sure.
I think it is going to be. I think Gucci's going to get it on the Kaisa.
Okay. Nice to
Sure, I'll
hear.
stick with it.
I'm going Xin Zhao for. It's going to get it first blood, and it will be onto all Gucci.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to take the exact opposite approach. Also, find it weird that those betting apps are still so big because if you're any good at them, they ban you.
That's true. That's
As
true.
someone who
Yeah.
has been banned from most of them about that are around hockey, yep.
Yeah, they definitely don't like it when you win.
Yeah.
They really don't enjoy that at all. So yeah, I mean, I am also a little bit perplexed as to how they're so incredibly popular. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously like it's just because it's so easy, right? They just
I
made it
guess.
so easy to gamble. And obviously gambling is like can be addictive. Just the
Yeah.
dopamine, the brain chemicals, all this.
Are we back? We're back.
We do seem to be back, yes. So let's see here. Nothing had really happened before. As Frozen Spud seems to still be. Oh, he's walking around a little bit now.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we're gonna have our pause again.
Yep.
Both junglers. I don't remember if we mentioned it before, but they're starting on the top side, so they're gonna be pathing down to see who does end up getting the first blood. So
Yep.
certainly gonna be somewhere in that bottom lane. At least according to us.
Yep, for sure. Definitely. We have called it. It's going to happen. P-Dog is certainly not going to get it top lane against this grass. Renekton
Yeah, that'd be
by
pretty
a Spada.
A lot of damage onto A-Hop down there.
He's gonna kill him, isn't he?
Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
If he had balls, he would have. Yeah. No balls.
Espada probably would have flashed away. It would have just been a trade, but
Well, an enhanced
Syndra
Q
is
there.
in the mid lane, so Zooey is the one with the ball storm.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Canonically speaking.
Yeah. Anyway, see that we are ahead on this clear by Viego. Is one of his strengths for some reason is very, very fast. Why? Oh,
There's
okay.
some tech where you go like 2 points in Q and you don't take W on the Viego for your initial clear. It gives you a little bit of extra speed there. In terms of like, if you're talking about like game balance, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. It's just one of those things to me when I was like talking to my jungler, like the fastest clear, if we're gonna pick that, and he was like Viego, and I was like, you can't be serious. Viego? Yep. All right. Anyway, both junglers finishing up their clear here. Looks like there will be that early blue ward is there for the side of the Bing Chillers. They know that Viego can walk with this brush. Is it going to be a scuttle fight to the death?
It could
fight,
be.
fight.
There
Fight,
goes
fight,
Jin.
fight.
Now he has the Q3 primed, actually. There's the knock-up's going to win out on the initial trade. Drops the ward as well, but the bot Prio was there for the Winions. Scatter, though, onto OTF. It looks like we're both wrong, as there's the first blood. It's going to go to Zooey, and it was OTF that got taken down. The Crab did go to Mist. But Boom should be able to trade that North. Crab is now a flash away for Gucci, and now Mist is still here. Gets in there. Frozen supposed to flash away. Really nice handshake to try to get away, but Gucci gets out that last auto attack. Secures the kill onto the Renata, but Boom cancel the recall as well. Going in for the 2v3, that's not going to work out. Mist secures his own kill. That's one for the Viego, and the Winions are up 2-1.
Was a little worried when I watched the Renata throw the handshake person in on top of their support at 100 HP, but everything works out. A lot to unpack there.
For sure.
Yeah, but it's going well. Do see Espada was forced to burn their teleport here top lane. P-Dog just giving him the hands on this Shen pick. Quite a large CS lead currently. 2 like full waves in the top lane.
Massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice for P-Dog, who did have a really nice game number 1 as well on the Poppy. Kind of shut down Espada's Cho'Gath counter pick pretty effectively. And now, see what the Shen can do. I imagine it's going to be very impactful later on. Is going to have that level 6 very, very soon, is P-Dog.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what wave clear item of choice this Shen decides to build. As Shen, you were pretty much forced to build one always because his wave clear is non-existent. It's the worst in the game. So generally you augment that with some sort of thing, whether that's a time at, going for the, Hydra builds, or if you're going for Sunfire.
Yeah, definitely the 2 more common options. OTF gonna get scattered there, and Zooey has the unleashed power. Just needs to get the Orianna low enough, and there it is, a solo kill in the mid lane. Poom was hovering just to make sure, but that was all Zooey. 2-0 now on the Syndra. They're rotating down into the river. The collapse from the bottom side as well, but preempting the play, goes in with the Zenith play. The Dragon is going to be secured, but the scatter connects once again onto Gucci. This time it goes down so low, and we'll show him secures the kill onto the Kaisa. Mist is going to be able to get away in said Mist, but still, that is the feat of warfare once again for the Crashouts.
Yeah, at least it was just 1 death there. I thought it was going to be 2 at that point, but was pretty big.
Ominous pop for Espada up here, looking for the play, but P-Dog just going to shadow dash away from that one.
Oh,
feels like Espada is really feeling the pressure up there. He's starting to feel like he has to make something happen.
Yeah, we'll mention that he did burn P-Dog's teleport. That is down, so this chunk actually does matter a lot. Don't know how many fruits were in the river, but I think he grabbed some, as he's now back to half. All right.
That CS has been equalized between the top laners now after that trade.
Yep. Is this Renekton building a Hearthsteel?
Are we gonna have to criticize the Espada? I mean, honestly, it kind of makes sense with the Grasp, right? I mean, you took Grasp, might as well just build Tank Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, right? You're the only frontliner in your ARAM, and you solo unlucky to roll into Renekton. You have to be a tank. Guess we're building that. Yeah, I guess if you're trying to be tankier, but I feel like your team needs this Black Cleaver, like kind of shred, and it needs you to go Sterix maybe or something like that. But oh, there's the Valkyrie
that
forward.
Valk forward, yeah, you warned us about that.
Yep.
There's a little preview of what's to come, perhaps.
Yep. Can't wait to see him do that to somebody under a turret. Definitely something I have witnessed Jake do in multiple leagues and stuff. Generally works out for some reason. Always fun to see. Both junglers just kind of clearing, hovering towards the spot side. Zinzao just finishing up this grab, whereas we do see this Viego is looking maybe W block. Nice job there.
Espada actually held the empowered stun.
Yeah.
Like Raspato is going to be traded. And that teleport is going to come up earlier for the Renekton. So Espada starting to turn this matchup around.
Zinzao is
And
invaded
now here
onto
comes
red.
The Viego, yeah, the flash away for Spuds. Get away from the Spectral Maw. Going to get the Renata out. Good call out there. Poom was stealing away the red buff in the meantime. So does have that advantage over Mist now. And
There's
here's
no way you
Rome over
face
from
check.
Zooey. Oh, he's gonna face check Storm. He flashes. He Heartbreakers. Oh, please live. Oh, he does. Thank goodness. If he flashed and Heartbreakered into dying to red buff, that would have been. Ooh.
Yeah, that would have been tragedy. But okay, so now we get our full bot side is now stolen, as I guess Zinzao gets our chickens. That's.
Yeah.
I mean, Viego really needs his farm. I'm pretty sure this is Trinity Force being built here.
It seems that way, yeah. He's not too far behind. You know, it's just
Yeah.
really those two camps that were just stolen away. Well, the grubs are up. We're seeing a ping come out now from the Winions. Start moving in that direction. Speed Dog now is getting pushed in pretty consistently, although Espada does eat a turret shot there.
Yeah. P-Dog does have nothing to do on the map, so is going to start these. Should be able to take at least one. Do you see that Orianna is there to support them as well, and the bot lane are just resetting, so I guess this would probably be these grubs secured.
Yeah, looking that way. Poom is in the general area, but not actually going to be checking the objective. And
Yeah.
so all three of the grubs will go over. That is the first two neutrals now. Over to the Winions. They just need one more to get that feat of monster slaying.
And it is 35 seconds until this dragon spawns, and I imagine that is where the action is going to be. Shen will probably just stick up here because he is Shen and has the ultimate to go down there. Assuming that we will see Poom start this as soon as he has finished his blue buff, just because he has his bot lane's priority to move down there, and it is spawning in 10 seconds here.
We've got a couple of items completed so far. It is, of course, the Ludens for Zooey, who picked up those couple of kills earlier on. Gucci does also have the static Shiv done, so that's not necessarily an amazing item for team fighting, but it does mean he's going to be able to push that wave out very quickly. P-Dog is actually teleported back up towards the top lane. He's going to get a little bit of a chunk onto his Espada, and now he's not going to have that teleport if he decides to join this play happening right now in the bot side river, but I guess the Shen is not going to be needed. Dragon is going to be taken away. Bot prio and mid prio, I guess, were enough to get the Crashouts their first dragon.
Yep, and even get to clear some nice, tasty, yummy wards on the way out there. Going to be interesting to see. This is kind of that thing when you're Orianna or any mageman.
There's the Solar Flare comes out onto Spuds, but we'll show him it's still untouched. The Corki getting on a lot of damage, but Spuds with a bailout, it's not going to come through. Now the reset for the Viego, as their side of the Winions are going to back away. Zooey on the roam, seeing if they can pick anybody off here in the aftermath. Some relatively low health bars. The scatter connects only on, really onto the Leona, who they do manage to take down, but underneath the turret is Boom. The Jinzhao going to get dropped as well. Now the reset, the Heartbreaker. Well, the Viego gets the kill, but does die in the process. Absolute bloodbath in the bottom lane. I think a 3 for 2 overall. Winions just barely coming out with the better end of that one.
Jake
Scatter, though, connecting as Zooey just zeroes out the Kaisa underneath the turret. You were about to say something about Jake?
Yeah, Jake never changed, getting that W damage forward, making sure that he gets every damage possible out of that Corki, Wing into the tower, into Viego. Anyway, gonna see both junglers just reset towards the top side of the map. Get ready.
Wait. We just Jake just typed in the chat. He said, "I did not mean to do that. By the way, I'm not that psychotic." We don't believe you, Jake.
Yeah.
We don't believe you. Oh man. Just had to add that in for the additional context.
Yeah. All right. Imagine that there's going to be a fight now. When this topside Rift Herald does come up.
There is a fight in the top side. B-Dog flashing away. Still going to get stunned up by the Viego. The taunt not going to get him out of that one. So that is number 4 now. 4 missed on the B1 Viego. It's working out for him so far. Teleport in for Zooey. Not really going to be able to find anything.
Yeah. I feel like that's pretty
Out of the
big
bush,
here. Pooh.
looking for a Espada, popping the Crescent Guard as well. The knock up from the 3rd Talon Strike, and that is just the kill. I guess Espada must not have had any cooldowns available at that moment. He just kind of got jumped on and taken out by Poom. First of the game, actually, for the Jinzhao.
Oh, wasn't able to just get that plate there. Plates have fallen. Gold lead pretty much dead even here, even on kills. Even on dragons, this is the game I like to see.
In. They're on top of Jake once again. Does have the back? Oh, that was actually a backwards Valkyrie. I wasn't sure if we were going to see one this game.
I mean, the way the ability is intended to be used, probably see most of them head that way. Unfortunately, Spud's gonna face check.
Scatter the flash W from Poom. Looking for the knock-up. Needs one more auto. Can't get in range. Yoriana too fast. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Spud's gonna have to flash right. Killer Instinct in for Gucci. Gets the kill. The bailout will do nothing. Jake gonna have to flash back underneath the tower as well. Really nice play from the Winions.
Yep, and we were right. This is Hearthsteel Renekton. Something I thought I would never see. But this is going to be the first tower going down.
Indeed. So I believe that does mean it's all going to come down to the neutral objectives. The side of the Winions need 1. It would need to be 2 for the Crashouts.
Yep.
Oh, Dominus popped once again for Espada. Finds the stun. P-Dog in trouble. I don't think he has the taunt, but he is going to be able to walk it off. Get back underneath the turret.
Yep. Do you see that he has his Zinzao ready to hop? Well, if you want to look for some sort of cheeky taunt play and dive, see if you can catch Espada over aggressing here. Don't think so. Probably just going to be the back and reset and getting ready to fight at this Rift Herald for these feats.
I got Dragon coming up as well in just 30 seconds, so it's going to be tough for the Crashouts. I mean, they're realistically not going to be able to deny both of them, so it probably is going to be feats of strength over to the Winions, but we'll have to see if the teams end up opting in for a team fight. That could mix things up a little bit. There comes Zooey from the Banana Brush. I don't know if they've seen the Syndra just yet.
No, but I think they saw that Zenith Blade from the Leona, so they probably have a clear idea that she is in there.
Okay, Line Brush going to be taken control of by the Crashouts. They move in, clear out that control ward. Looking to start up the Dragon on spawn. Yep. Mid control, though, for the Winion, so they're going to get that tier 1. And could look for the Herald afterwards as well. So Crashouts putting a lot of priority on that Dragon. Ocean Soul this game, Storm, not generally one of the higher prized souls.
Is it Ocean Soul? Didn't they just claim an Ocean Dragon?
That's what I said.
Oh
Did I not
yeah,
say Ocean-
sorry, yeah. Sorry, no, you're right. That was the third dragon. I'm just crazy. Never mind, you're good. Yeah, I guess they're just really playing for this kind of tempo advantage that they're going to get from this Herald. Should give them a second tower somewhere. Maybe give Viego this ability to break through to his second item. They do have feats for the side of the Winston's Winions. There's the Triumphant Mercury Treads.
They just needed that last neutral. That's exactly how we drew it up. The Crashouts were not going to be able to deny both of those. And the Winions just opting for kind of the safer line there, not contesting over the dragon. And that ended up working out really well for him, able to get that mid-tier 1 turret as well. They're up to a slight gold lead right now.
Yep. Be interesting to see how everybody decides to build here. See, Syndra has gone for kind of the raw AP here. Imagine Zui will be working their way towards Death Cap or something along those lines next. Poom just kind of going for the standard fighter items on this Xin Zhao. Imagining... I have absolutely no idea what Espada is going to build, to be honest with you.
Just have to wait and see.
There's a Tunneler, so it's some sort of AD item. Sterix, maybe still. Maybe it's the Hydra to match the Shen Wave clear? Question mark. I'm not sure.
We'll just have to wait in suspense. I'm sure we'll find
Is
out.
our Viego building a collector second item?
Oh, that would be pretty spicy.
That's what that build path is. Dirk, right? And
Yeah, no, that is looking suspiciously like a collector. I would have to agree with you there, Storm.
okay.
They said with concern.
Yeah, I'm a collector hater, officially. I hate that item. I hate seeing my AD carry build it. I don't care that it feels good. It sucks. Please stop.
Well, you hate seeing your AD carry build. What about your Viego?
I think that's arguably worse, because the only reason you would ever want to build a collector is because you want an early Dirk power spike, because Dirk itself is an exceptional item. Everything it builds into is not good.
I mean, I'm sure that if Mist was able to defend himself here, he'd probably say something along the lines of, you know, Viego is all about getting the reset, so having an item that gives you that little bit of an extra damage for executions to get that first reset is really valuable, as Espada gonna get taunted up as Poom jumps in there to look for the knockup, but this is a very tanky Renekton, and Viego is also here. He's gonna stun up P-Dog, who does have the Spirit's Refuge, tries to flash away, but the teleport in from OTF will seal his fate. Number 5 now for the Viego. Poom gonna have to flash to try to get out of here.
But this is Atacon, right? It just spawned.
Should be. I mean,
do they not
Xin Zhao
take it?
now has
I mean,
no
they lose their
flash or
mid tower. Okay.
Teleport in for Espada towards the mid lane. They're looking for the engage on the Will, who does burn both summoners to try to get away. And now we're flashing on top of the Renata as well, who does have the hostile takeover, but is going to be stunned up by the Viego, and Spud's going to get munched on here. Potato's been prepared 4 different ways this game. And now that is complete control over the map for the Winions. Zui is kind of the only member of the Crashouts who's seeming like he's still having that same level of performance from game number 1.
Yeah, but this didn't lead into anything. This just gave you kills. We didn't drop our Herald to take a mid tower. We didn't take this Atacon. This dragon's spawning in 50 seconds, which means the Crashouts are able to kind of sweep in and build up this advantage and maybe set up some sort of death brush. Like, I don't kind of almost agree with that play in some ways.
Wait, not again. They're not just going to give over Otacon for free again, are they?
No, they're here to contest it. It's more the dragon is spawning in 30 seconds, and you have to face check into Syndra and Xin Zhao is more my concern.
Right. Well, Xin Zhao is not there right now, thankfully for the Winions. So they're going to be able to move in here and clear out some of this vision. Scatter going to miss for Zui as well. So there is some river control for the Winions. This would be 2 dragons apiece if the Bing Chillers can secure this next one.
Will mention Corki is very close to his Mura mana completing, probably waiting that, 2 or 3 autos, I think it is, to transform it. I can't tell. I think that's at 350.
351, yeah, they're looking for the engage, though, onto Poom, who does have the Crescent Guard actually back off cooldown, and the Stand United from the Shen as well is going to keep the jungler alive, but he is chunked down to about 50%. Espada pop the Dominus. Scatter going to deny the Renekton's entry, used Flash in the previous play. Doesn't have that available. Now we're going to have the Herald summoned up by the Winions, going to move into the mid lane and threaten that tier 2 while the Dragon is being... Oh, Espada? We're driving the Herald into the jungle.
Engage.
Well, he engaged into a wall.
Yeah.
And the wall did not take any damage.
Well,
But they did get the Dragon.
they did get the dragon. That's the prize.
Oh.
The Herald was
that
just a distraction.
amazing. It was very distracting. I was distracted. Yeah.
All right. So we are building full wave clear on the side of Shen. We're building both Sunfire Cape and Titanic Hydra because we hate clicking on minions. Interested to see if Viego is going to go a third crit item now after building their collector. Is this going to be Infinity Edge?
Yeah, that would
Or
be
something.
very exciting. I mean, it's a Longsword Ruby Crystal indicates some more of a bruisery direction.
Yeah.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Imagine that Corky will be trying to build an Infinity Edge. Unfortunately, he has the problem of building the most expensive items in the game, every single game, no matter what patch it seems to be. Zui completing his second needlessly large rod, very close now to being able to finish off that.
Oh, flashing
Decker.
forward for the engage. The flashing forward on the Renata, looking for the handshake, was pretty ambitious.
Yep.
But did get the flash out from Gucci, so overall favorable trade, and they do get that tier 1 turret in mid as well. The Crashouts do, so the this game is very even still. Only 1,000 gold the difference between these two teams, and now Otacon going to be started up by the Crashouts. This could be the defining moment. And the Winions, where are you guys at? Where are the Winions? They're not here, Storm.
Yeah, they have absolutely no idea that this is happening, despite them clearing that blue ward.
There was a ward.
Yep. And that's those purified shards just giving your team that huge whack of XP.
Maybe the Winions just actually have the read that Otacon is, like, not strong, which I don't agree with. I think it is pretty strong. But maybe that, I mean, that feels like the only explanation at this point. They actually feel like it's just not worth fighting over.
Yeah. Okay, so we built Hullbreaker. That was
We
our
did.
second on Renekton. It's
Heartsteel Hullbreaker.
Hullbreaker.
Yeah.
the H
as
build.
you do. What's another? What's the next H item? Is it?
Hand of Justice.
Okay, there it is. Is it TFT
That,
item?
that is the TFT blue buff. That is blue and a crit cloak. I don't know if there's
Sparring gloves, get it right. A solar flare
Yeah.
on to 2. That's going to be A-Hop looking for the engage. Boom, though, on the front lines. Oh, doesn't have the Crescent Guard, actually. Oh, Gucci going very deep. Looking for Zui. Is going to get taken down. Traded for the Renata.
But
And
look at
Diego
Corky.
looking for these resets. Went deep for that one, but the bailout. Oh, that wasn't even a bailout. It's just he didn't quite have the damage. Espada not going to be able to get it done either. It's absolute disaster for the Winions in the jungle. Oh, it all fell apart. It was a pretty close fight, to be fair, but 5 for 1 for the Crashouts. Still get the Baron off the back end of it.
Yep. Just need to get our Corky to actually tank this Baron a little bit. Okay, never mind. Jungle Pet heals enough. But top of Xin Zhao's 3 hits.
Oh, not the jungle pet molding again.
Yep.
But I mean, that was a really close fight. I just felt like there were a couple of moments where the Winions, individual Winions, overstepped. Like Gucci went very deep with that killer instinct for just a Renata, I think.
Yeah.
And then missed with that Heartbreaker in towards the end. Thought he was going to be able to get that reset, but the Collector was not quite enough to get that last bit of damage out.
So yeah, now it's the point of we need to shut down somebody very, very badly, right? Zui is playing a stacking champion. Everyone who doesn't remember, Syndra did get that rework that she now scales very, very hard and gets to...
Big
I don't-
scaler.
Yeah,
The balls are just getting bigger and bigger, Storm.
yeah. Getting ready to drag them.
There it is. On top of Mist, who does have to Heartbreaker to get away from the aforementioned balls.
Yep. 20 seconds on this dragon. Imagine that is just going to be given up. Probably these 2-tier towers going down as well. Going to trade this for our Hullbreaker. Renekton is getting his split push on. Love to see it.
Yeah, he sure is. He sure is. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the tier 2 is going to be taken out with the Baron buff. And let's see here. So it would be Ocean Soul Point, obviously. They're going to be very happy to get this dragon. Personally, I kind of would like to see the side of the Crashouts actually utilize the Baron buff a little bit more aggressively instead of falling back towards the dragon. That is obviously, it could be a little bit of a more risky line if
Yeah,
they,
I mean, they're looking for this brush, right? They've set all this potential up here, and they're just daring somebody to walk into it. No one seems to be very interested, but...
Yeah, Zui trying to, like, feint that he's going back towards the dragon, and in fact, they have fallen back to sort of that dragon. A lot of suspense there from our observer.
Yeah.
It's a very, very intense moment there. But yes, that is going to be Ocean Soul Point secured now. Baron on for about 1 more minute. See if they can get anything else with this Baron buff.
Yep. I mean, even if nothing else, this has kind of secured your gold lead, bought your team
Oh,
some more
scatter
time.
on to Gucci, who is almost has flashback. Won't quite need it. There's a nice shockwave onto 2. Is that going to be enough to set up a kill? Not quite. Smith does have the Heartbreaker back now. Could look to follow up on something. Oh, another scatter going to land for Zui. OTF going to be chunked down. The wind strikes. It becomes lightning. Boom, dashing forward with the Crescent Guard as well to prevent any follow-up from the Winions. Now the tier 3 turret under fire. Solar Flare only going to get the slow onto the Syndra, who is now level 16 and is so scary. P-Dog, meanwhile, going to push back against the Renekton, secures that tier 2 in the top lane. The Baron buff has just now worn off. The cannon minion not quite able to finish off that inhibitor turret. And the Crashouts probably should be looking for a reset. A spot and teleport in. That's going to get out the stand united from P-Dog. So that's, you know, honestly, I think the Shen ult is a little bit of a lower cooldown at this point in the game.
Probably, yeah. Generally, Shen also takes, you know, those ability haste things when possible. Generally does, like, red tree ultimate haste or something like that.
Yeah.
We
So
didn't
this game's
have
starting to feel... Oh, go
Sorry.
ahead.
We didn't have Orianna's Shockwave quite available towards the end of that. It, you know, 5 or 10 seconds away from being up, and I feel like that was the catalyst for going in, was having that available. That's the mid tower going down. That's fine. It would have died to someone. Would have died to somebody sneezing on it anyway.
I mean, the
Not a big
inhibitor
deal.
turrets do regen, though.
Not that much, right? Isn't it?
It's pretty slow, yeah. It
Yeah.
takes a while. Fair enough. And the mid inhibitor, as everybody knows, is also the least important out of the 3 inhibitors. So
Yep.
they're not going to be too worried about that. But overall, I think the Winions are pretty worried about the direction this game has been going. The last couple of fights have been close, but the Crashouts have managed to come out on top. And now it feels like the Winions, the second game, starting to slip away from them.
Okay, so our Renekton's building our Bork, and maybe once we have Bork, we beat Shen in the sideline.
Is that your professional color caster analyst opinion?
Yeah, I don't think it means you do, but
Oh, you don't think? Oh, okay.
I think that's the hope.
Ah, I see. I see. All right. Well, we'll see.
Just like we're hoping that this collector gives us some value to kill somebody. Orianna is also close to finishing her Rabadons, and that's an item spike that actually does matter. So I would love to see this Kaisa stop hoovering up this farm and give it to their Ori instead. But Alguchi is an ADC player and is probably never going to do that.
Right. Just like how we know Jake is never going to Valkyrie well, he did, actually, though. We saw that earlier.
Just a cardinal rule as an AD carry. You keep farming. Your 6 items and your mid lane items, and there's minion waves to hit mid lane. You kill those. It's in your blood.
That's generally how it goes. Blue buffs are generally taken by junglers, unless, of course, AD carries can get their hands on it. which is sometimes the case.
Oh, we
Now
see a
the
face
Mist
check.
gonna find the engage on a Poom, who does have to pop the Crescent Guard to disengage from that one. So a little bit of a cooldown advantage gained there, but that Jin Zhao ultimate will be back by the time the dragon spawns. Might deter. Ooh, as now P-Dog moving forward. Trying to posture aggressively here. A-Hop not willing to give up on the play, also moving forward on this Leona. The Crashouts. I'm going to back away from this one. Nice scatter over the wall from Zui. Chunks out A-Hop just a bit. Dragon 35 seconds away now.
Yep, it's all about the ball. It's all about the ball. We just need to focus on OTF and where this ball is positioned and see if we can catch 2 people with it. That's all we need.
Is actually really tragic. Oh, Solar Flare coming out there. Does get the stun onto Zui, but there's 0 follow-up. And OTF is actually incredibly close. It's only like 60 gold away from the death cap completion and does have teleport to rejoin the team, but the dragon is spawning right now. I think it's just a little bit too late. He's going to try to get off the reset. No, I canceled it. Yeah, I don't think you have time. Banana Brush being held by the Crashouts. P-Dog moving over. Looking to be the front line in this fight. That scatter not going to land. It looks like mid-control going to be seated over to the Winions once again as the Dragon has been started up. Espada slicing forward. Boom on the counter engage. Pops the Crescent Guard, creating so much space. P-Dog getting in there as well. And Espada going to get taken down first. OTF now is going to get taken down next as Zui goes godlike. Oh, Gucci diving into the back line. Will not be able to take anybody down. 3 kills over to the Crashouts, and they will secure the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and you got to feel that's game over. It's just another fight where Zui and Jake are just untouched, basically, right? That they're still able to just kill everyone who's on their screen. Espada isn't able to get any sort of threatened down onto any of these members. And this, I guess, is just going to be the soul into Baron play, the choke out as much as possible and just make sure that you can't lose no matter what.
Yeah. It was, I do feel like if maybe a couple of things had just gone a little bit differently in that fight, maybe there was an angle for the Winions.
Yeah.
It's like if OTF had the death cap.
If we had A-Hop's ultimate.
Exactly, yeah. But not quite enough in the end, and it was played out really nicely by the Crashouts. Especially, I loved Poom's counter engage, just sort of realizing that the Renekton by himself with this build poses actually like a 0 threat to anyone. So Poom just jumped in there, popped the ultimate, sectioned off the Crocodile from the rest of the team, and it seems pretty easy from there for the Crashouts to clean up the team fight.
Right, and now we just need the march down mid, basically. I don't think you need to do anything special. You have Ocean Soul, and you have Baron. There's no reason to go 4-1 or something. You can send Shen over there, I guess. He has his ult up. That's
Might
fine.
as well, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, just group together, utilize this Baron, push, end the game. You have Ocean Soul. They can't push you out of their base or anything like that.
Yeah, would definitely like to see the Crashouts close it out cleanly from here. Definitely was, I would say, more contentious in the early game this time around, but let's see how the end of the game does go. P-Dog going to get that top wave shoved all the way up to the inhibitor turret while the rest of the team sieges in mid towards this already exposed inhibitor. The cannon
That's OTF.
Enough there. Poom goes in, finds a knock-up onto the Orianna Crescent Guard as well. And the Stand United is there. P-Dog joining up with the jungler. Another knock-up coming through from Poom. They take down the Leona first. OTF in trouble, flashes away, barely will survive for now. But the Viego not going to be so lucky. The entire rest of the team, in fact, cleaned up underneath their own Nexus turrets. And that was a pretty clean ending for the Crashouts. 36 minutes on the game clock, and they will pick up their second win in the best of 5.
Yeah. That's a pretty big win.
Yeah, really nicely done. Zui finished that game 11-0-8 on the Syndra with by far the most damage in the game. The balls were so big, Storm. They were so large.
They were dragging across their faces. They just did all of the damage. Zui pretty much played that game perfectly. I mean, what more can you say? They got so many big scatters, like every fight, right? Like every
Yeah.
fight we were looking at was like, oh my god, and there's another scatter hit. It wasn't just like, oh, we're hitting scatters onto like, anyone who didn't matter. It was like, oh, we're hitting scatters onto Mist, right? They were always focused at the Ziego, just making sure that he couldn't come in and clean up these fights. Would like to
Yeah.
throw a quick checkout to we got a match result in. There has been a 3-0 this evening.
And which match was that?
Conduit Gremlins have defeated the reigning champions, the Shattered Spire,
Wow.
3-0.
Amazing. Dang. And I had the Shattered Spire going all the way to semifinals in my pick'ems too. That's just throwing my pick'ems all into disarray already.
Yeah. May
Crazy.
had a incredible series, it looks like.
Yeah, yeah.
Dropped
I
a
mean,
15 kill game as Lucian in game 2.
sometimes May just pops off, I guess.
Yeah.
We knew, when we were discussing this matchup earlier as well, we knew that she definitely had the ability to carry, and I guess that is what ended up happening. So, congrats to the Gremlins. It'll be really cool to see them move on to face off the winner. Actually, I believe they're playing against the winner of this match right here, Storm, to get us back on
They
topic.
are. Yeah.
So that is going to be really cool to see, which one of these. It's looking a lot like the Crashouts right now. I mean, based on these first couple of games, they are poised to secure possibly even another 3-0. That's not something that we were predicting earlier on tonight. But the way these games have been going, you have to think that that could be a possibility.
Is it the lock me Fiora angle? Are we going to see it? We're certainly building like we were Fiora that game as Renekton, so
True. Just lock it in at that point, yeah.
Yeah, right? So be interesting to
Anything-
see what we do for game 3. Are the Bing Chillers going to continue with this blue side? Is there some pick that they feel that they really need?
We'll see in just a moment, guys. I think we got to get into a short break, and then we'll be back for game 3 draft. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are about to get underway with our Game 3 draft between the Mint Crashouts and the Bing Chillers Winions. We'll see here. Looks like the Winions are moving back over to the red side, so they are not sticking with that blue side strategy, Storm. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think that means that there's going to be some sort of look towards some sort of top lane counter pick, would be my guess for them. Just kind of one of those things if you got to be the difference maker and make some sort of play. And I know Espada is one of those type of people that's going to call for it. So that would be my guess with the red side. Is they're going to be looking for some sort of round 5 counter pick. Be interesting to see if those types of champions are allowed to come through into the series.
Yeah. You know, even in game number 1, when Espada had the counter pick earlier, you know, it wasn't really that inspiring. So
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see, is he going to be willing to really throw it down with an aggressive pick? Is that what the Winions need to get themselves into this series? I don't know.
Is kind of one of those other things. I feel personally, blue side gets less and less valuable as games could do on inferior lists, as there's less and less things that you really want to like first pick.
Yeah.
We'll mention that there's still some of the kind of classic jungle picks that you generally see high priority on, as well as a lot of 80 carries are still left in the pool. Normally, that's something that gets pinched really, really hard, but like Jinx is still up.
Yep.
Right. Expecting we'll probably see that. There is all of like the marks, the mage bot laners that you sometimes seen. Kog'Maw's available if we're gonna see a team pull off the Kog'Maw.
Sure.
Lulu, Lucian Nami's available.
Yeah. We were just mentioning the crazy Lucian performance from May in that other match.
Yeah.
There's also like the Ezreal, the Zeri, some of the safer
Yeah.
AD carries. Lots of stuff still available, definitely.
Yeah. Guessing it's probably gonna be like bans towards jungle or focus on jungle for like the Bing Chillers would be my guess. Trying to make sure that they can get some sort of advantage there. But who knows?
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's missed with the Viego, not quite able to find the angles that he needed in that last game. Definitely Zooey made his life pretty difficult, as you highlighted afterwards. I'm just still considering the red side angles here for the Winions. I would actually like to see them give the counter pick to OTF. I feel like he's been a pretty consistent performer for them. I feel like that might be a better angle in terms of just because, OTF has been solid, but Zooey has been standout, right? I feel like that's really going to be the key thing for the Winions. They need to find a way to shut down Zooey.
Right. Okay. I for sure agree with you that shutting down Zooey is the way to go. I also really disagree with this karma ban. If Zooey is the one carrying them and is playing so well and doing so well, let the guy be a supportive mid.
Yeah.
Right?
It almost would feel like a trap at that point for the Crashouts. If they lock in Karma, it's like, oh, well, your best performing player tonight is now on an enchanter. Like, I agree as well with the Karma ban.
We'll want to throw out here from mid. Thresh and Tristana bans. That's weird. I guess Thresh is like a nod to getting rid of Aphelios picks or something. And that's an Annie
Lulu is
instant
still there,
picked, right?
That is an Annie instant picked. Yes, you're correct.
For the
So that
side
is
of
the
Mint.
blind Annie for Mint.
Yeah.
It could be flexed between mid and support, so there's still some
Oh, is
possibilities
support Annie
there.
a still thing?
It exists. It's out there. I think actually we saw it in LCK a little bit this recently, the past couple of weeks. So it's a possibility. I don't know if that's something that Spuds has played very much in the past, but theoretically could work. Skarner and Victor are going to be the response for the Winions. So with the Victor lock-in, that definitely says to me that they're making the read that it is Annie mid lane. So Victor should be pretty good into that, right? Outranges, outscales.
Yeah, Annie has no way to dodge the E damage. Um,
Sejuani. Ooh. So, I mean, if that's Annie Sejuani mid jungle, I don't know if I like that. I mean, it's a lot
yeah,
of CC.
I'm guessing that this is Annie support, and if we lock Sejuani, that they're going to be like looking towards one of these, Yasuo Yone type things.
That I would really like. Um, they're gonna go for the 80 carry lock in on 3 here. That is gonna be the Jinx for Jake this game. Jake on the Jinx. That's a nice alliteration there.
Yeah,
Um,
never not happy to have Jinx. I'm pretty much she's the best AD carry in the game almost always. It feels like in some ways.
best team fighting 80 carry at least.
Yeah, best team fighting AD carry for sure.
Yeah, now probably an 80 carry lock in here for the Winions as well, you would guess. But no, they're actually going to go with the support option. They're going to take the Melio for themselves. So now
Okay.
I'm immediately thinking about that Lucian. That's definitely going to get banned away by the Crashouts here in the second phase. What other 80? And Aphelios, honestly, as well, could be another ban here. I think he also pairs
Yeah.
pretty well with Emilio.
I don't know if this is. I know like mage bots are becoming more and more popular as AD carries do not enjoy their role. Um, is Victor bot a thing? I do not believe so. Right? He is almost always gated to mid lane because level dependent.
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like Victor maybe is one of those champions that has been played bot like in the past, back when like mage bots was like a huge thing, right?
Yeah.
They probably was played down there a little bit, but I would be very surprised if the Winions end up going in that direction. Lulu
Okay.
ban makes a lot of sense on the red side here. The Rel going to get banned away as well. And I mean, honestly, there's plenty of engage for the side of Mint already with the Sejuani and the Annie, but just taking that Rel away from Spuds, we know it's one of his best picks, so taking that off the table is not bad.
Yeah. Just trying to think of what kind of big things are left here as far as AD carries to get. Kog'Maw. I don't think you can play
Yeah.
Kog'Maw into Sejuani. That sounds really painful.
We're going to go with a Caitlyn ban there for the side of Mint. So, yeah, I mean, what's
I
left
mean,
here? There's
I
Kog'Maw,
mean,
Aphelios,
I have the call out in my head. Twitch.
Twitch. Oh, the Twitch. Yeah, I mean, that would be a
Twitch into
really.
Jinx is like super, super good.
Ooh, do we
So
have the Twitch ready for Gucci? It is going to be the Aphelios. So
okay.
matching some of the team fighting power of the Jinx. At least he can match that team fighting power.
Yeah,
So
we've seen a number
you
of
know,
really good Aphelioses in BOL. We've casted a couple of Aphelios games that have absolutely popped off watching people know their gun combos.
Yeah.
Hitting those roots into the big chakram AoE.
Absolutely. I'm liking this draft so far for the Winions.
Yeah.
I feel like they've got a really strong team fighting comp. They've got a ton of damage, ton of scaling. They maybe are a little bit late on engage. Skarner is not the greatest at setting up fights. He's really stronger as follow-up engage, but they do still have that R5 option for Espada. Silas is going to be the lock-in, so that means it probably is going to be the Annie support, and there is the Gnar in the top lane, the blind Gnar for P-Dog. There definitely are picks that could punish this Gnar, but I don't know if any of those picks you can't actually do anything else.
Yeah.
So, not actually that good.
Yeah, I mean,
Silas
I guess it
specifically.
gives you that Sejuani gank target, right? That you have the Sejuani melee things that you can get some
Yeah.
better ganks off maybe onto this Victor.
I guess maybe, I feel like one of the Wind Brothers would have gone really hard here, but maybe the thought process for the Crashouts was that they just needed the magic damage.
Yeah,
If it was a Wind Brother, they would only have Annie support as magic damage into Skarn or Ornn. But I
right.
didn't know that Ornn was coming, but they could assume that it was
Yeah,
something to tank.
tank. Yeah. I'm
Yeah, very interesting.
I'm not sold on it. I think this is the Big Chillers draft win. I'm gonna say that. I like their draft more. It just makes more sense. But as always, Mint have the tools and there's the things that they can turn a game around, right?
Yeah.
Nar 5-mans into there's Annie ults, there's Sejuani key picks. I think probably the best champion that was taken at its time was this Milio 3 by the Big Chillers. That was super, super well. That was like the perfect time to pick it as well, right? There was no way I think you're letting Milio through. Like if they had picked a Felios on 3 or something.
Yeah. The Melio could provide so much value this game into
Yeah.
the Annie and the Sejuani specifically. You do have to be a little bit careful as Melio to not actually get caught underneath the timbers because you cannot ult while you yourself are stunned, right? So
Yeah. Have to
the
buffer it.
positioning. Oh, can you buffer it? Oh,
Yeah. You can buffer ults as Milio
okay.
with your own. It's hard, especially on the things like Annie that's instantaneous, right?
Yeah.
You can't react to them. Other thing I want to mention is I really, really hope that Skarner is able to keep up and farm. I'm pretty sure that that was how they finally broke this champion's legs, all 8 of them, because he is now like one of the worst characters in the game. I'm pretty sure.
It's
Was they
solo
just
queue, yeah.
in solo queue, right? Is they just went, okay, we are gutting every single one of your numbers. Sejuani sucks at farming as well, to be fair. Like, she's a tank jungler, but I'm pretty sure Skarner has to be able to keep up because he is the front line that I think is going to be there most of the game. I'm pretty sure Ornn and Nar are going to be off in Narnia land this entire game, except when team fights arrive.
That's mostly what we've been seeing from the top
Yeah.
laners in this match so far tonight. But before we go to Breakstorm, I want to refocus on the mid lane. That's something that
Yeah.
I was highlighting earlier as I think the main thing that the Winions need to figure out in order for them to try to come back in this series is how do they deal with Zooey? So what are we expecting from this Silas Victor matchup? Folding in the junglers as well. How do you expect that mid lane to play out?
So I think if you're immediately looking at it as like Silas is you guys are trying to brawl super hard around an objective, right? You're not going to be first to anything like that. Silas isn't going to get the push into Victor or anything like that. But around this grub, the grub fight or the dragon fight, that's a really potent combo walking into you, right? That's something you have to immediately worry and peel off, and you can get a whole bunch of burst damage. So I'm hoping that we see some sort of gank to blow Zooey, to get this Victor's flash, and then they're able to, repeat. If they're able to get a repeat gank off, I think this is a winning 2v2 for sure. I think in just the straight up 2v2 when everyone has all their summoners, that Skarner is kind of going to be able to gatekeep the Silas away from his Victor, and in the extended fight, those two should win out. So it's all about kind of the burst opportunity. If they're able to get this permafrost plus the Silas combo fully down onto somebody, versus the kind of more extended fight with Victor being able to get his shields up and have the shorter cooldowns and kind of cycle through his abilities. So should be kind of the I want to say Silas Sejuani should be able to get the better of them, especially if they're able to get on top of them. But there is room for the Big Chillers mid duo to win out in these fights.
Makes a lot of sense. They're probably going to be pretty comfortable later on in the game as well in those 5v5s. So we'll have to see how it does play out. But I think both teams put together some really compelling drafts here for this game number 3. They were probably utilizing our sponsor here at BOL, ProComps, of course. Quick shout out to them. It's a game changer app for the league community. It's a personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and for solo players. And you can pair it with any other app that you use. ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks, ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds. You can share those with your friends. There's a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches analysis can even create personalized tier lists. The app is already over 280,000 downloads, thousands of daily users. ProComps is user-friendly, and it's totally free, guys. No reason not to give it a try. Download now, and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power, just like our teams did in this game. Download it from procomps.gg, from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. And now a quick break, guys, and then on to the Rift to see how these drafts end up playing out. All right, everybody, welcome on to the Rift. Both teams hungry to move on to the next round of the playoffs, get themselves into those quarterfinals, and the Crashouts are poised to do just that. Up 2-0 right now in the series, but the Pink Chillers have put together a very formidable team fighting composition over here on the red side. They've got Espada's Ornn, Gucci's Aphelios, OTF
Okay.
Victor.
30 seconds.
Annie
Okay.
has stun available at level 1. One of these changes that they made a while ago that I'm not sure if people are aware of. You automatically get your first ability primed for that stun at level 1, making the invades really potent. Sorry for cutting you off there. Just wanted to see if anything was going to come of it.
Yeah,
Looks like-
fortunately, the Winions did see the Annie coming, and they were able to back away in time.
Yep, able to get that ward down. Kind of the trade, both teams marking towards the enemy raptor camp.
Classic chicken ward. I really just
Yep.
can't get away from it, can I?
Nope.
Well, let's see how it does go. Both junglers going to be starting on the top side of the map this time around. Makes sense. Par for the course
Yep.
in terms of what we've been seeing tonight.
Will mention kind of weird rune choices, as you know, we've always been discussing them. Spada continuing to innovate, playing the Summon Airy on this Ornn. Probably going to be going for the Q max then, kind of similar to how the Malphite plays, that you just poke down the enemy much as you can. I have played it. Generally, I prefer more to go to the spellbook route, but is a way to play this matchup and help you out in the early game.
Yeah, the spellbook buffed on this patch as well. That would have been really cool. But maybe Espada just not as comfortable with that rune option, perhaps.
Yeah,
So,
definitely something you need a lot of practice to utilize. You can't just pull it out.
Yeah, it's a pretty different from any other keystones that exist, right? So yeah, it does kind of require you playing a little bit differently. So B-Dog gonna get the early push up here. Airy be damned. Not enough to really deter the Gnar too much, at least for now.
Yep, both of them keeping pretty even with each other. Do see Zooey is winning out on these trades.
Yeah, decent trade there. Had the XP advantage over OTF. Was able to tick over to level 3 first. That's what allowed Silas to get in there, get off that pretty nice trade. We do see Poom a little bit faster on the clear right now as well. You know, we were talking earlier about how the Skarner with his 8 broken legs struggles to hobble around through the jungle. It is a bit difficult. He's doing his best.
Yep. Something I do want to keep track of and try to make sure we do as this laning phase goes on is the making money rune OTF. I cannot remember.
First strike.
First strike. Thank you. Will be interesting to kind of check in and see as the game progresses if that rune did kind of progress and, you know, make any sort of meaningful advantage and get sort of item buys maybe early on for OTF. Does make sense. Get some extra cash in your pocket. You are able to generally hit Silas before he hits you because he is melee.
Yeah, and we do see a little bit of a lane gank attempt from it. And in fact, he's actually just been going for the lane recall. It actually seems... Oh, canceled it. But here comes the Sejuani. Okay, but Boom is going to be counter ganked by Mist, who is waiting in the brush. But the Arctic Retreat is going to be there for the Sejuani.
Yep.
Gets away from that one. It's not my favorite when I have to use it like that. It's less alliterative than Arctic Assault, right? But it's just more accurate to what's happening in the game. So
Right.
that's the more
Oh,
important
nice
bit.
sidestep there. That might have been a kill if that duct had landed.
Yeah. So we've been playing this lane out very aggressively already in the early minutes. So I guess you can do against the Victor, right? It doesn't really have too much threat early on.
Yep. Riot doesn't like that champion having an early game because he goes top. And then I hate him.
Can't
So,
have that. Yeah, that would
yeah.
not be all right. Well, the Juggler is just going to go back to clearing. You know, I think you were, hoping to see for the side of... Oh, really nice hop away there from P-Dog. Gets away from that searing charge. And the spot is super low now on health and mana. Going to have to go for a little bit of a reset in just a moment here.
Okay,
They have to teleport, so fine.
Yep. Kind of surprised we're not seeing either of these junglers
Oh,
go
Gucci.
for...
Stunned
Yeah.
up, blocked off by the Flame Chompers there. Has to flash to get away from Spuds and Jake.
Yeah, and I believe Ahop burned heal there as well,
Yeah.
just to make sure. So that's 2 summoners just for the price of an Ignite. That's a... Man, that's tough. Anyway, kind of surprised again to see neither of these junglers building towards a Sunfire. I know it sucks that the items that it actually builds into, but just the actual sitting on a Bami's Cinder gives you that clear speed advantage that, as far as I'm can tell, both of these champions really need with how much their actual numbers have been hit. Guessing we're going to see both of them going towards Hearthsteel.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Sometimes you see Sejuani build that support item that does the little frost storm around you.
Zeke's Convergence.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah. Probably not the first item for Poom this game. We
Yeah.
do see that somewhat regularly in Pro, though. You're absolutely right.
Right.
Other
Other than
first
that,
dragon
yeah.
can get taken by the Crash. That's what were you going to say?
I was just about to say, other than that, kind of normal items coming in here. Nothing really big. Both AD carries are able to recall to get their BF sword, their friends forever.
Yes, the best friends forever sword. That's definitely what BF stands for.
Yep.
Good
Riot
job, there's
confirmed
one.
it has that
Oh,
is
Call
what
the
it
Forge
stands
got in the
for.
top lane onto the little mini Gnar. P-Dog, though, does have the hop. Try to get away from this one and will be able to do so. So, a little bit of trade there. That is post-TP for P-Dog. It's going to be a little bit worse for the wear after that one. Skarner is up here.
Yeah, now we just need to really focus on trying to land some of these Qs and get some of this airy chunks so that Skarner can get this kill them in.
Something just happened in bot lane, or Gucci burned the ghost just now as well. Here comes the Skarner towards the top side, but we are mega-ing out. Is it going to be enough, though? The Gnar gets the double stun into the wall, the crunch away. They'll flash away from the Q. Oh, the rock from Mist secures the kill. It's going to be first blood for the Winions.
Dwayne Johnson from downtown comes in. Mist able to get that kill. Zooey now knows that he can go in onto this guy, is able to cancel.
Chains and the stolen impale as well. Boom, not quite in position though for the follow-up
How's
just
the
yet.
E cooldown?
Mist
There
does
it
still have
is.
the true Skarner ultimate, but
Oh,
there's nobody
no.
here to help him out. Does gonna go for the impale, but again, there's nobody here. OTF's trying to get over there, puts down the gravity well. It's not quite enough to save the jungler. The Chaos Storm does get out a decent amount of damage, but not enough to trade a kill back. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Showman and Spuds still putting on the pressure down here. Not quite able to get any kills on that side of the map either, but definitely winning out in the 2v2.
Well, they are down a full 2 waves, actually, interestingly enough.
Good point. Yeah. Yeah, it's about a 200 gold lead for the Aphelios right now.
Yeah, nothing to write home about, but not what I was expecting after kind of seeing everything and all the action is down there.
We did see in the aftermath of that topside play, Poom was able to secure 2 of the Void Grubs. So that is going to contribute towards the monster slaying feat for the side of the Crashouts. So they are now just 1 neutral away from locking that one up.
Did Mint take the third, or did...
The third is still alive. It's still
Yeah,
just
okay.
sitting there in the pit.
Okay. Interesting. Guess you have too many camps to clear, it's not worth it to take. Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget. So, I believe that you still get the Void Might buff with only 2 of the grubs. And it's just, like, stronger if you get the third one. But I'm not sure. I don't remember the details about all the changes. I am correct about that, there, Toad? Yeah, right. Okay, so if you get all 3 of the grubs, then that just means you do more damage over time to the turrets, and not necessarily any additional Void Mites or anything like that.
Okay, so Sejuani clearing towards the spot side of the map. Going to meet this Skarner here. We do have a minute towards this next dragon spawning. Skarner missed. We do see taking a reset right now, more or less just... Oh, cancels that. Just trying to make sure to cover their bot lane on their push out here.
Yeah.
Zui does have some pressure here mid lane.
Yeah, Sejuani is on the bottom side of the map, and the Skarner is now going to complete his recall. So probably a good time for Gucci and Ahop to back away. Taking a quick look at the mid lane, though, as Zui does land the chains. OTF counterattacks with the gravity well as some Chaos Storms. They're very stormy there in the mid lane. I guess you would know about that, right, Storm?
Yep. Feeling right at home down there in the mid lane in that map.
Nice.
Interesting to see that Zui has gone for Rocket Belt on Silas here. Very aggressive early. Also interesting to see that Espada is just looking for these Pillar Suns over and over, and P-Dog is kind of wised up to it and knows that that's what he's doing, and is able to kind of create space with these Swifties that he purchased on his first back, I believe.
Yeah,
Immediately rushing
very early.
those.
Swifties prio, definitely interesting. It's generally considered, I think, to be one of the stronger boot options in the game. So everybody loves their movement speed, of course.
Yep.
And when you get your movement speed in the fights, that is obviously preferable. Looks like the second dragon is going to get taken, so it's going to be 2 dragons now for the Crashouts. Zui, not going to find the chains that time.
Yeah,
Focusing on the chains. They don't need no chains. He's just going to get the kill anyway.
Yep. The classic miss everything and just auto the man to death.
I thought that was a Yone move.
Yeah.
I guess he does
Definitely.
play a lot of Yone as well,
Yep.
so transferable skill there, apparently.
All right.
Let's tech soul this game, Storm, and the first 2 dragons for the Crashouts.
Yep.
Tech soul. Storm.
Yeah, you really got to be slowing this game down. That's the whole thing, right? The Big Chillers, your late game is so much better, right? You have Aphelios, you have the Hypercarry yourself, you have Milio, you have Ornifacts. Like, just slow the game down. Hopefully you're able to get this 3rd dragon and make this game into a manageable state. Otherwise, I think Mint is just going to run away with this one yet again.
Oh, really nice Bellows Breath there from Espada. Immunes the Gnar ultimate. Call the Thorjack to connect as well onto the mini Gnar. Brittle auto is there. Espada with the flash follow and the Bellows Breath of the charge, and he gets the solo kill. Horns on the board.
Yeah, what a great play by Espada, just knowing his damage, knowing that was enough.
Going to
Here's
mid
that-
lane. OTF just going to get jumped on by Poom. Nails him with the Glacial Prison. That's going to be the feat of warfare for the Crashouts.
Yeah, and just 100 to 0 them through. I'm pretty sure that was through. Like, he got his shield up as well before he was as well. That's concerning because Zui has built a needlessly large rod and he doesn't have any boots. That's
He
a
had
lot
some
of
big balls
damage.
last game. Now he's
Yeah.
got a big rod to go
Yep.
with his big. We might be leaning into that a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Anyways, it is looking really good for the Crashouts in this 3rd game. And the man in the mid lane is getting it done for him once again. Has been continuously putting the pressure onto OTF. You know, you were talking when I asked you about this. Oh, chains land onto Miss. The Stolen Impale is there again. The Sejuani is here for the follow-up. The rocket is going to be blocked by the Victor, but it's probably not going to matter as Zui gets in there to finish off
and
this
that's a
corner. And now the
permafrost.
Victor is dead again as well. Immediately after getting back to lane, he's gone once again, and the Crashouts are in a great spot here in this game number 3. Oh, Gucci even step on some flame chompers there. We'll be all right. Thankfully, the wave wasn't quite in yet, so it's not going to die from that one. But the turret most likely will, as the full commitment, the flash.
Oh,
The
no.
Milio ultimate didn't quite work out, but Gucci with both summoners does barely manage to get away back underneath the tier 2. That is all summoners down for the Winions bottom lane, and a turret on top for the Crashouts.
Yeah, I mean, this is just tough. This is the whole team collapsing, right? You're Ornn, you solo killed Gnar. you should be so happy, and you look at the rest of the map and you hit tab, and this is solo queue, and you just go, oh, Jesus Christ, what are my teammates doing?
And he's thinking, I should have played Fiora.
Fiora. Yep.
Oh, man.
Okay, so
Here comes
there's a Rift Herald.
B-Dog, Mini. Just
Yep.
jumped over him.
Oh.
Well, it's still going to work out. Let's just
Okay.
pretend that the ultimate hit, and that's why you
Yep.
died. Because he
Yep,
did
for
die.
sure. He hit it. We saw it hit.
Yep.
But now we don't have Ornn ult or Skarner ult, and that means I guess we're giving up this Herald, and
Ooh.
Zooey might get a kill.
Well, the dragon, I think, is the more concerning thing, as the stolen Call of the Forge God now does find the knockup onto Espada, and Poom is here again, has just been following Zooey around this game, and it's been working out beautifully for the Crashouts. They are just completely taking over that mid-jungle duo.
Yep. Are able to just get ahead and just get these big damage bursts down. I don't know if this tower is going to fall.
Well, it's not defended at all, so it will, in fact, go down.
Okay.
So that is kind of a big deal for the Winions. They need
Yeah.
a lot more of that, though. They're down about 3,000 gold as multiple turrets fall. At the same time, the tier 1s in both top and bot lane taken by the Crashouts in exchange for their mid turret.
Yep, and we're TPing with Zooey to this dragon, and it's spawning in 5 seconds, and our entire team needs to reset, other than Ornn, who is
Boy.
TP'd in, and Espada's going to fight this. I don't think the rest of his
Okay.
team wants to.
Well, he's going to get permanently frosted and then gnarred into a wall and then stunned again, and now he's dead. And
Yep.
that means the Glacial Prison is going to connect onto OTF, who flashes away and is still going to die as the flash follow is there for... Oh, actually, the Emilio
Milio?
shielding keeps the victor alive. The
Yep.
stolen Moonlight Vigil, I think it was, there for Zooey is not quite going to get the job done either. So perhaps a little bit of an overchase there from the Crashouts. They probably still get this dragon.
OTF does have teleport, but I don't think you're burning that. You're probably just walking bot lane to get from.
Yeah, I guess there just isn't an angle for the Winions to get in here, but that makes it a must-win fight in 5 minutes. When that Hextech Soul comes up, they are
Yeah.
quickly running out of options.
Yeah, I can't imagine that there's going to be a way into this fight. You just need so much money and on everyone, right? At this point, it's you guys need to stop focusing on a big objective like a dragon, and you need to start focusing on small objectives and getting small wins that can lead into some bigger wins, like some picks. Because there's no way in a 5v5 scenario you're ever getting near a dragon to win it.
Honestly, the objective for the Winions, in my mind, it's the same as it's been all game. You know, you're talking about getting small objectives. The biggest small objective that I see right now is that 600 gold bounty on top of Zooey's head. You gotta find a way to deal with Zooey. If you can't deal with him in the next 4 minutes, you're getting
Yeah.
3-0'd.
Yeah, especially when he has fly. So, need to make sure that we were able to burn that. And hopefully it's just that you have support backing you up and you're able to get this kill. But I don't think Zooey is going to blindly walk into all these people when he sees his team on the other side of the map on an objective. Probably going
I
to
was
just play
a betting man,
respectfully.
which
Yeah.
I'm clearly not, then I would say that's not very likely. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
agree, Storm.
Okay. And where are we going to assign our lanes? That's kind of the question now, right? Do we just let Victor stay mid and just hoover up this farm, or do we make him go into a side lane against this incredibly scary Silas? Because I'm gonna be real, I don't know who matches Silas in the side lane. Maybe it's Ornn. He has magic resist. He built
That's true.
Hollow Radiance.
Yeah, he would definitely be less susceptible to dying than
Yep.
probably anyone else on the team.
So maybe
Don't know
we
if
do that, and that way you're able to just match Zooey, and then you're able to use Ornn ult onto him to kill him when you rotate your teammates over.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's a plan.
Yeah.
I don't
If you
have
have
a better one.
Okay, I was about to say, if you have a different one, I'm all ears. I don't
No, I got
really
nothing.
see. I don't see much.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the Winions, unfortunately, my mental is quite boomed at this point.
Yep.
And I'm a little bit afraid that that is, in fact, the case for them as well. The Otacon is going to go over to the Crashouts for the third time tonight. 3 straight games. They get it uncontested.
Yep. All those purity shards, man, that's a great looking thing to see.
If you're a Crashouts fan.
Yep.
And it also is just kind of aesthetically pleasing. Maybe that's
Yeah.
what you're going for.
That's more what I meant. Oh, we are going on
We
to...
are stunning the Gnar. Oh, no. And there's a... Oh, God.
Yep.
Hopefully we cut away from the Gnar taking the Hex Gate to get out, because that was a little bit of the insult on top of the injury. But then I just kind of mentioned it anyways, so that's my bad, I guess.
Well, on the bright side, Ornn ult should be up for Dragon.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a low enough
that's
cooldown. We need it for that. Maybe we're able to get a turret.
Our Aphelios
somewhere.
is not going to have his second item, though, unfortunately.
Yep.
So that is not good. We'll show them does almost die, but doesn't quite.
That was Victor ult use. That probably... Okay, Espada.
Got to knock up onto an Annie. Spuds is in a whole bunch of trouble. Does flash to get away.
That's not our
Oh,
Ornn
Forge
ult. That's
God-
the other.
wait. Oh, that's the
Yep.
stolen one. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. I was a little bit confused there, so thank you for helping me out there. Zooey is not level 16 yet.
Right? Yep. Another thing. That
Yeah.
is... I would be quite concerned if Dewey was level 16 at 22 minutes into the game as Silas.
Yeah, we've seen crazier things.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's 25 seconds away now. OTF does have teleport, so this is kind of fine, him being here, but I kind of would have preferred a more aggressive setup for the Winions. Maybe the angle is just going to be to not actually do the team fight and just yeet Mist in there for some kind of miracle steal attempt.
I mean, it's red and white guns on Aphelios. They're fighting.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell
Yeah,
you.
I mean, this is as good as the setup is going to get. They do.
Yeah.
You have the early teleport in for OTF. I like that.
We're stacking
They've
up
got control now
chakrams.
in the banana brush. We're stacking up the chakrams. The dragon is being started.
Zooey's gonna steal a
And-
big ult. Oh, we stole Milio ult. Interesting.
Okay, there's the
Okay,
true
Ornn.
call. The Forge God comes out only onto the Gnar, as they do feel like they have to turn to look for the
Zooey.
fight. But Zooey on the monster engage flank angle immediately takes down the Melio. Frozen Spuds is going to get taken down by Espada, but Zooey is already ending the rest of the team. OTF trying to run away from this. Gnar flashes away from the wallop, but Espada
Oh,
not
so
quite
close.
able to take down Jake. We'll show him will barely survive. And it looks like the Winions will not survive to the next round of the playoffs. That is going to be Hextech Soul going over. And that should be everything that the Crashouts need to pick up the clean 3-0 tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine anything else is going to come through for them. This is one of those things where it's not like, oh, you just need to win a miracle fight. You need to win 2 or 3 of those.
At least.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah,
to
you-
call out that Gucci had red and white guns. He had the guns, but he didn't
Yep.
have the items.
Yeah.
So we just kind of jumped on him, and that was that.
Yeah, he didn't really have anybody with him other than Ahop was the other kind of issue.
Yeah, Espada was kind of like distracted. He like maybe forgot that he was playing Ornn and was like
Yeah.
diving the back line. That was probably
Yeah.
not ideal. I guess the real problem was they just didn't know the
Yeah.
angle that Zooey was coming from. I
Right,
think
yeah,
that was
they
the
had no,
big thing.
they didn't see him. They had no vision on him. We had this, I don't know if it was swept or what, but just was able to find the flank. Frozen Spuds here has finished his Malignance as Annie support.
Yeah, I mean,
Hi.
fair enough.
Why not?
Getting rid of
That's a
that
good
magic resist. Zooey does
Yeah.
more damage. Seems good
Yeah.
to me.
And now you have to play against the unfairness of the enemy tech soul, so you're slowed pretty much all the time.
Yeah. This is definitely my vote for the strongest soul in the game. A lot of people would say Cloud. Going back to our movement speed conversation earlier.
Yeah.
Statistically, I think it does have the highest win rate still, even
Yeah.
after the nerfs at the start of the season. But I just feel like Hextech Soul is the most difficult to play into, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the soul that when the enemy team gets, I feel the most annoyed. That I'm the least happy.
Yeah.
Okay. Spuds finds the...
Gonna
Oh my
drop
god.
a bear on top of Ahop, who pretty much just ties the rocket, is going to finish him off. The Stolen Impale once again. We were curious about what ultimate Zooey was going to steal this game. The Impale, actually, it turns out, has been working extremely well for the Silas. That's going to be a double kill for Jake. Only Espada left alive. And they probably don't even need the Baron. I think just a push down the mid lane should do the trick.
It at least gets you an inhib. I mean, there is 25 seconds on people being alive, so I don't think
It's only
you're getting
26
next.
minutes.
Yeah, you're not getting Nexus turrets. There's fast respawn right now.
Counterpoint.
Unless the enemy team throws
Just
themselves
kill them
at
again.
you. Yeah, that's
happen.
fair.
But that's not going to eventuate. We are going to see the Crashouts retreat back towards the Baron and just play this one out by the book.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to start it. You just get the reset. There's no reason to. I'm sure that all of these people are going to, like, buy a full item, basically, on their reset.
Yeah. We did finally get our Infinity Edge for Gucci.
Oh,
but
let's
it just
go.
feels like it's a little bit too late.
And he's got an ornament upgrade? I don't
He
know.
does. They're scaling. They're
Yep.
scaling, Storm.
They got a mid lane in him. Gucci's going to get funneled. It's
True.
the angle.
All
I don't know
right.
what your Victor does. Oh, he's taking the farm. That's, he needs farm too.
Seems like a bit of an obtuse angle to me, but
Yep.
perhaps the side of the Winions are getting out their protractor, trying to figure this thing out. So, it doesn't really seem like they've given up, which is good.
Yep.
Glad to see that. They're still kind of posturing around the Baron, not
Okay.
wanting to just give over complete control of the area.
We've stolen Ornalt now as Zooey. So now you get to start just randomly throw an Ornalt at them when they come over to you. Oh, we see that ward over by the
Teleport
pit.
in for OTF, just to join up with the rest of the team. Zooey over the wall, denies the blast cone. Skarner,
Okay.
of course, doesn't necessarily need the blast cone, as here
Oh.
comes stolen Forge God call.
Oh my god.
3-man knockup from Zooey, and Espada can't even commune with his. The Forge God for the orange is just going to go unanswered, and immediately the team fight just explodes into a whole bunch of dead Winions. They 5-0 clean ace to close out what was a very clean series for the Crashouts. They will walk away with the 3-0 and emphatically make their statement, make their way into the quarters.
Yeah, showcasing that they were the #1 seed. They lost one game this season for a reason. It's going to be a dominant start to their playoffs, and we're going to see how many games it takes for some team to take the game off them.
Yeah, still just that one game loss all season. 3-0 in their first playoff match. It's a very scary team. Very scary indeed. I think my mind definitely for the Winions goes back to that first game because they really did have a good first few minutes in that one. That in the like first 10, 15 minutes of the game, I felt like they were in a really good spot. But it definitely did feel like after that slip up in the aftermath of the second dragon, they really did struggle to kind of regain their footing throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much after that point of that, that first game, that first 10 minutes or whatever was close. And after that point, it wasn't close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We saw people trying their best and having the individual efforts. Espada was able to get a couple of these solo kills, was
Was
looking
good
when,
to see, yeah, on his
yeah,
Ornn.
yeah, was looking while playing Renekton for that kind of split push style, trying to make sure that they had something to play towards. But it was just the entire map, right? It wasn't just one lane that was always constantly winning. It wasn't just Zooey going dominant. It was everybody. You know, Poom had a fantastic series. We'll show them all. You
Definitely.
know, Jake did fantastic. I don't even know how many times Spuds died this series. Like,
yeah, not many.
yeah,
Was what was he playing in game 2 again? Spuds was on the Renata. Oh,
and
that's right.
yeah,
That was probably the game where he actually had the most deaths. Was in that
deaths.
second one, ironically, even
Yeah.
though he was on the Nautilus in game 1.
Yeah,
But yeah, it was definitely full court press from the Crashouts tonight. You know, even just looking at the way that the lanes were playing out, like they felt like they were consistently had the push in like every single lane. The Crashouts did
Yeah.
for the vast majority of this match.
which was
Yeah.
something I feared was going to happen. I mean, it's the way the Crashouts play. I don't feel like this should be a surprise to anyone. The Crashouts are going to come and they're going to play lane domination and they're going to say, "These are our hands. Can you catch them?" Like, I'm going to punch you in the face. What's your response? It's get in or get out, right? As soon as you get hit in the
Yeah.
face, you know how a fight works. I'm sure.
Yeah. And unfortunately for the Winions, they did not seem to really have a response tonight. You know, you're saying that it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that the Crashouts are this formidable, that they play this aggressively and this well, and that's definitely true. But I think a lot of people were still expecting this to be a pretty competitive best of 5. And it's just a little bit unfortunate that the Winions seemed like they weren't really quite able to match what the Crashouts were doing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a case of broken mental, and it was a case of they never played for their lanes. I feel like, you know, even this game, as much as I love this kind of Bing Chiller's draft and everything, it's very late game focused. You don't have a winning lane, right?
Yeah.
So that's something that teams are going to have to make sure that they are prepping for and that they're ready for. And I hope we can see some team challenge mint this season because it looks like they are at the start of a dominant run.
It definitely does look that way. I was actually predicting them to stumble against the Shattered Spire next week, but
Oh yeah,
you know that's definitely not going to happen. So who knows? Maybe the Crashouts. It's hard not to see them as the favorites at this point,
yeah.
right? We didn't get a chance to actually look at our pick'ems earlier, but incidentally, Storm, who do you actually have picked to win the whole thing?
I have mint. I have the Crashouts winning the
Ah,
league.
fair enough. Yeah, tough to argue after what we just saw there. So game number 1, we went with Poom as our POG. Game number 2, we had to give it to Zooey for the Syndra performance. What are you feeling here in game 3?
Can you give it to anyone other than Zooey in this game 3?
I don't think you can.
Yeah.
I think the whole team played well, like you said earlier, but it was Zooey who was leading the charge, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the game 3 MVP. He's the series MVP.
Yeah.
Maybe let the guy play Karma, guys.
Maybe we shouldn't have banned the Karma. That's where it
yeah.
all went wrong. Their first
Yep.
ban on red side. It was over after that. But definitely a very convincing showing from the Crashouts tonight. Do you have any other final thoughts, Storm? Anything else you wanted to mention?
No, be interesting to see how these playoffs shake out. I know I'm going to try my best to make a kind of all pro list next week for Otter Talk. I believe you're going to do your best as well, and we'll see what those look like.
Sure. That will be very fun indeed. So stay tuned for that, guys. From us here, from myself, Storm, and Toad, our producer for tonight, and everybody here at Blue Water. Thank you, everybody, very, very much for watching. Have a great rest of your evening. Don't forget to tune in for the first week of the Platinum Playoffs tomorrow night alongside your very own Chong Solmo. You want to check that out. But thank you again for watching. We'll see you next week. Take care.